The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. To them we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shouty going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
tuning in to another episode. Greetings, Black family. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crum, and we are joined with our other host, Lady Che.
Hi.
And our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. That's Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. Greetings, Shabaka from the Mile High Income City. And on this season 3, episode 51, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we will be discussing several things. The first thing is hot off the presses. Rap and music mogul Sean P. Diddy Combs' homes in New York, LA, and Miami get raided by the feds this afternoon.
Yes.
Then we got the dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear.
Yes.
Bond in the New York City fraud case reduced to $175 million.
Right.
Then we got
bastards angling and weaseling his shit up out of it.
Yeah, and then we
the thing you might want to put down if you don't have it already that RFK Jr. has selected a running mate who's quite naturally, of course, was a billionaire out of Silicon Valley.
Oh God, fuck RFK Jr. Content creator shames TikTok CEO for complaining about the house ban while the app targets Black users.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got TikToker sparks controversy with video encouraging illegal immigrants to exploit squatters' rights.
Oh, hell no.
Then we got should Black people support Hispanic reparations in LA?
Hell no.
No.
And then we got Chicago citizens go off on Brandon Johnson over illegals trashing Gage Park.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got Unhoused Neighbor and Migrant, illegal migrant news, and Unhoused Neighbor and illegal migrant sweeps.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, for starters, the top line or the top story of the night is that they are raiding P. Diddy's homes and in Florida as well too. And the story is unfolding is supposedly related to a human trafficking ring. Probably caught up, with that Jeffrey Epstein or shit like that. But it just goes to show is that the control that they have, over the so-called Black music rap industry, what have you, and this type of stuff right here goes to show that it's not Black owned. Actually, they're just using us. You see what I'm saying? To further their hidden agenda of racist white supremacy, perversion. You know what I'm saying? Ghetto gaggers. You know what I mean? The whole 9 yards.
Shabaka that sound like he's sweeping something.
I am.
Oh, okay.
Damn, you can hear it through this because I'm on this Bluetooth.
Yeah, it's
damn,
very.
I didn't know this. Damn,
it's very sensitive.
Was that sensitive? Okay.
Yeah.
So, then too. So it just goes to show, Black family. I hate to say, at this point in history, is that our youth is lost, man.
Yeah.
And they beyond lost. They gone. It's because they up here, as you can see, that they placing priority on these damn migrants. Right. They don't have no regard for us.
Yep.
Meet Renewal by Anderson, a full-service window and door installer that offers amazing designs,
all right, Shabaka. I'm about to get us to our first topic.
Okay.
All right, so rap and business mogul Sean P. Diddy Combs
Right.
homes in New York, L.A., and Miami get
Mm-hmm.
raided by the feds this afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah. And a coordinated raid, as you can see, is because the raids were 3 hours apart, from the East Coast to the West Coast. Okay. And I would imagine that they happened all at the same time. And then, of course, Diddy's name has been mentioned, as you know, in regard to the killing of Tupac Shakur here in Las Vegas in 1996. Then, of course, Keefe D, from what I understand, he's supposed to be going back to court in June. He was trying to get house arrest, so it's very interesting of how this is going to unfold. Now, the irony of it is that with all this money that these rap music moguls have made off of degrading ourselves, calling our woman a B word and all this old type of stuff using this NGR term, they had enough damn money, man, to cause a major economic shift on a Pan-African basis, but they chose not to.
Yeah.
Okay, Shabaka, so I'm gonna go play the video now.
Mm-hmm.
So this
Cold
is
as
Fox.
fuck up here.
Glad you realized that, lady Shane. So it's from Fox 11 out of California.
Okay. Yeah, which is used to be a local station, Channel 11, called KTTV, and Fox took it over.
Correct.
On Channel 11, I used to watch the damn Road Runner and Bugs Bunny and shit the day Martin Luther King was killed in 1968.
Okay.
Oh, that's fun.
Gear and equipment. I don't.
So this is the.
Oh
This
man,
is the
this
Miami
shit's
home.
hilarious, Sally.
This is his Miami home getting raided right here on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Popping it up on the homeboys.
So P. Diddy got homes and hurricanes and homes and earthquakes.
Items that could connect whatever the investigation is. I would venture to say that those are going to be the guys that you're seeing right there, and they're waiting for that all clear. And then this group that you see there, those are the ones that are actually going to go inside. They probably have, like you said, they probably have ideas what they're looking for, where they might be. So, but right now it is still a waiting game to make sure that everybody is out of this building and that it is secure for the investigators to make their way in and actually start that search.
And we should mention, thank you, Stu, that if this is in fact involving a sex trafficking investigation, we do know that according to Diddy's attorneys and the rapper himself, he has denied any wrongdoing in any of all this. So there are two sides, of course, to this as this all plays out. But it is interesting that these raids happening at the same time, according to TMZ. A raid of his Miami home is happening right now, as well as now we're looking at the live pictures of what's going on in Holmby Hills at this mansion right here, all connected to Sean Combs. So again, until we find out further word as to what exactly they're searching for and why, we continue to look at the procedures taking place regarding this raid that's being conducted by Homeland Security. You have support from local law enforcement officials as well. We saw from the ground shots, you see multiple agencies there a part of all of this, and they have a number of resources on hand with a drone flying up top, as well as they had ladders taking a closer look at certain parts of the property. And so they are looking at every nook and cranny they need to in terms of why they're investigating this home and property. So clearly this is going to take a while. And as Haley mentioned, with her shot down on the ground right there, more people are coming to your area, Haley.
Yeah, I would say it's mostly media at this point. We were the first ones here on scene, but yeah, since there's probably a dozen different media agencies. Yeah, it looks like his home's on both coasts are being raided. We still have not gotten word on exactly where P. Diddy is, if he is in fact in New York right now or in Los Angeles. And of course, we haven't seen him here in Holmby Hills. This is right off of Sunset and Beverly Glen. And it all unfolded, I'd say, about 30 minutes ago. They're at his home here. They're also at his home in Miami. Of course, it's a little bit calmer, I would say, than it was about 20 minutes ago when it all happened. The guns that were drawn earlier have been since put away. Looks like they just put away their drone, but of course doing a thorough job of checking the home for any kind of details that they can come up with related to these allegations against sex trafficking. As you said, Sandra, there's several lawsuits against him for these allegations, all of which he has denied. So we will have to wait and see. Of course, and everybody's interested in the details of what how he's connected to these latest allegations.
And from your vantage
we will bring
point,
the very latest. I'm sorry.
Yeah, from your vantage point, Haley, does it look like some authorities are leaving the scene right now? They're done, or not? Is that not the case?
No, it looks like more are coming. I think what you're seeing is just the vehicles moving to a different location. We're kind of at the bottom of the hill. But if you go up a little bit farther, some of the vehicles that you saw down here earlier have since kind of gone to the other side of the hill. This is obviously a very prestigious neighborhood. I said earlier, Humphrey Bogart's former house, I think, is next door to P. Diddy's in the 200 block here of Mapleton and Holmby Hills off of Sunset near Beverly Glen. So the vehicles have basically just moved forward. You're seeing a lot more of those law enforcement officers from the Department of Homeland Security, though, back here on the street in Mapleton since they've come out of the home after they've done their thorough investigating inside that beautiful home belonging to P. Diddy, to Sean Combs. So I don't think they have any intention, Sandra, on going anywhere anytime soon. And overhead, you can see law enforcement helicopters and, of course, Stu up there in Skyfox.
Thank you so much, Haley, for that perspective on the ground right there in front of that Holmby Hills mansion. Stu, up in Skyfox, it looks like, yes, there are some more law enforcement, but in different attire. Should I say suits instead of body armor?
Definitely, and you know, and we all know how that works. The suits are going to be the investigators and probably the ones that are running the show. And again, I still think that they are just waiting for that green light for them to be allowed to make their way inside the property and to make their way to the areas that I would venture to say that they probably are pretty specific. I don't think they're just going in randomly. And again, this is just a guess. I don't think they're going in randomly, just going through everybody's stuff inside there. They probably have an area that they know or an office that they're going to be looking into or some computers that they might want to physically get their hands on. And that's what they're waiting for right now to make their way inside this property. This, like you said, very beautiful home out there in the Holmby Hills area. And they just waiting to get the all clear to allow.
Very different, let's be clear. So we're sometimes, not privy to all of those details and information until it becomes available at a later date. But you were mentioning the whole search process. We are seeing
security that I was trying to get for you guys about 10 minutes ago. It doesn't say a whole lot, but it says this is attributed to Homeland Security Investigations. Earlier today, Homeland Security Investigations New York executed law enforcement actions as part of an ongoing investigation with assistance from HSI Los Angeles, HSI Miami, and our local law enforcement partners. We will provide further information as it becomes available. So nothing really that we haven't already told you. Here on the scene, on the ground, a lot of the law enforcement officers with Homeland Security have gone up the hill. You can see one of those big command vehicles coming out, one of those police vehicles. In the meantime, behind us, several of his friends, they've identified themselves,
that there appears to be out there in Los Angeles.
To get to the house, but
that does appear to be the Los Angeles Police Department serving as warrant with the feds.
To find out if they have any more information about what's going on, but they haven't been able to they don't want to provide us any information, I should say. And just in case you're just joining us, we have homes of P. Diddy being raided on both coasts, Miami and his home here in Holmby Hills.
So, Haley, just to clarify, in that statement, it didn't mention Sean Combs, correct? Or anything?
It doesn't, but we have confirmation from multiple law enforcement sources that this does involve Sean Combs or P. Diddy. But no, this statement, I'll read it one more time, says earlier today, Homeland Security Investigations New York executed law enforcement actions as part of an ongoing investigation with assistance from both HSI Los Angeles, HSI Miami, and our local law enforcement partners.
All right.
We'll provide further information as it becomes available. And of course, we're trying to get them to out to us on
Now
camera,
look
but they
how
said
these
the
white
lady in
folks is
particular sent in a statement, so she's
projecting
not
this
allowed
shit.
Thank you so much.
You
Yeah,
see,
not really clarifying a whole
and you
lot,
can hear
though,
in their
but
voice
clearly
that they're glad
understandable
that he's
because
kind of like gone
right
down.
now, maybe they're not in position to divulge any more information. So let's bring in Hal Kemper here again from Homeland Security. Thank you so much for your expertise in all this. I don't know if you heard that statement, but didn't really say anything except that an investigation is underway in Miami and here. So clearly not stating who it involves or what the charges are.
It doesn't, and they might be crime scenes. I should clarify, I'm not from Homeland Security, but I work in Homeland Security, and I've worked with Homeland Security investigations over many years. Very familiar with not only the agency, but also a lot of the individuals, a lot of the people who work there, to include here in Los Angeles, especially. What they're probably looking at are the two residences, one in New York, one in Los Angeles. I haven't seen the documentation, but if it doesn't name Sean Combs by name, it's probably because there's been allegations that criminal activity had taken place tied to sex trafficking at these locations. So what they're doing is they're looking at the locations themselves, investigating them as potential crime scenes. And of course, with that, I'm sure
like you said,
the
brother,
scope is such that they can look
they're
just
the
about anywhere,
feds.
gather up any materials. They're probably gathering up any electronic materials. They're probably doing things like imaging the place, taking a lot of pictures and stuff that may be used later. Could be in reference to what witnesses say on the stand, that they may look at various pictures of the locations themselves to help refresh their memory while they're talking about various activities that may have taken place.
So, with them
or
searching
alleged
this
to have taken
place,
place.
you
So
already
there's a lot
know,
of reasons
that
why
means they got a
might
warrant out for
focus
his
on him
arrest.
per se.
Yeah.
Also, there's another thing too, is he runs a fairly large organization. The fact that they don't name him might mean that they're looking at other activities that could have taken place within his immediate, entourage or his organization that involve these properties. So one can't rule out anything at this point because we don't know a lot.
Sure, and obviously this is just their statement to the press at this point. So what the actual legal documents say and what the statement they gave us is very, very different, let's be clear. So we're sometimes, not privy to all of those details and information until it becomes available at a later date. But you were mentioning the whole search process. We are seeing so many law enforcement officials, investigators, and this is basically 3 properties on this entire, or 3 homes, I should say, buildings on this entire property in Holmby Hills we're talking about. How long is it going to take for them to go through it? Do they have a time limit? I mean, essentially, some people are going to come back into the home, right, at some point. So how does that all play out?
I'm sure if you were to ask them, they'd say it's going to take as long as it takes. These are huge properties. You can imagine looking through one home takes a lot of time, but when you have 3 very large buildings with a lot of different rooms, various different levels on those homes.
We got a bunker in.
Also, they're going to be looking at every nook and cranny. They'll be looking anything that's subsurface in the home. They'll be looking in basically everywhere they can. They could be using a variety of sensor systems to find out if there's any hidden compartments, safes, things like that in walls that aren't readily apparent. There could be a lot of different things they're looking for. And they may have dogs there too, looking for various different things as well. But they're probably looking for more where stuff may be held, I would imagine, with that. And of course, anything tied to any of the allegations. We don't know. But certainly the fact that they're there indicates that they probably had, some witnesses say that certain things happened or certain things were there when they were there. And they're probably trying to verify if those things are in fact there, if that what they were told is correct. So there's probably just a lot of things that they're working through, checking off a list of stuff. And by the way, they may be looking on the grounds themselves. There could be stuff that's not necessarily in the buildings that are on the grounds, and of course they'd be looking at that as well. I imagine it's going to take quite time with a property this big for them to work through all of the potential spaces and places where materials could be.
Thank you so much. We will have more on Fox 11 F. If we get information, we'll once again. And now we resume to our original program.
Cases are family fun.
That was fun.
Yeah. So, as y'all can see, they raided Diddy's 2 of his mansions, 3 of his mansions. One in LA, one in Miami, and another one in New York.
Those two.
Yes, they only showed 2, but they raided 3.
Right. All right. So therefore, with these having these residences in 3 different cities, they're probably going to try to hit them with some interstate shit. But like they said, they don't know what they're looking for. And generally, the LAPD, doesn't come out like that, man, unless it's something major, very major. And what I mean major, like they said, the sex trafficking shit, other criminal activity, Mr. Combs, might have allowed in his residences and what have you, you see. And it's just very, very interesting that when black people get successful and start letting these caucasoids up in their mix, well, look what happens.
Yep. But it's been a long time coming, Shabbat. It's been a long time.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it has. They probably had, oh man, I'm going to say ever since, this is just my opinion, but ever since the Keefe D situation out here in Las Vegas, and P. Diddy's name was mentioned about 3 months ago. So they probably discovered and or fabricated and or built up enough evidence against him to get the search warrants. As you know, supposedly, when the judge signs the search warrant, it's supposed to be for a specific place, and supposedly it's to be what's exactly what they're looking for. But then, of course, the white man with his double speak, cracker speak, what have you. Then, of course, anything else illegal or immoral, improper that's discovered, that could be seized of it as well, too. You say?
Yeah. Okay.
And it's just too bad.
Go ahead, Shabaka.
It's just too bad, is that when these black men and women get in these positions, they go up here with all this all-inclusive shit as opposed to doing something specifically, for our people. And blam, look what happens. Look at O.J. Simpson, all-inclusive, blam. Look at Kamala Harris, all-inclusive, blam.
She ain't one of us anyway, Shabaka, but yeah. Lady Faye, what are your thoughts?
He did this to himself. I mean, aside from him being a brother, I feel sad about that part. But come on, man, we know already how PD's been getting down for decades. He did this to himself. And confidence and arrogance kind of run hand in hand,
Yeah.
So, when you got people saying that, you abuse your girlfriend in other countries, in public, and you're making her do things that she shouldn't do, like, engaging in certain types of intercourse with strangers and whatnot, or, you're taking, you're pushing yourself on men in the industry that you don't.
You have your TV on, Shabaka?
That you shouldn't be pushing yourself on.
No.
You're grooming younger little pop stars like, Bieber, fucking Usher, things like that. You've been your own little crime wave for a long time. So he kind of did this to himself. Aside from him being a brother, and I believe, when I understand, gay brother, yeah, feel sad about that part. The other part I really don't feel sad about is when you do this kind of stuff and you feel you're above it all. Confidence, arrogance run hand in hand, and probably thought he wasn't gonna be touched. I mean, look what happened to certain people. A lot of people aren't even alive anymore to really talk about it. They said that. You know what I mean? Look at that time you got Wendy Williams out the radio. You know, look at the last little interaction at the Breakfast Club. Just it's all over the place. So I gotta think like he did it to himself. It is kind of amusing. He's not there, so glad we didn't have to watch him get handcuffed. That's about it.
So he will be if he's not out of the country. You could best believe, particularly in Los Angeles, they catch his ass there in L.A. Oh, he will be handcuffed and he will be splattered all over the place.
Is there a warrant? Raided his crib.
Just raided his crib.
So there's cribs. Isn't there like a warrant that goes with the raid too?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They had to get 3 judges to sign those warrants. Okay, one had to be signed, for Los Angeles. One had to be signed for Miami. The other one had to be signed for New York, unless it is a federal warrant.
All right, well, let's see if there is a warrant. This lady Che wants to know all the details.
I just wanted to know. I mean, Spocker didn't answer it. It didn't really matter. I mean, we pretty much know how.
Yeah, now if it's a federal warrant, then that there could be from the same judge, a federal judge, and then just covering, with being crossed in state. We're having some technical issues.
Can you hear us? Oh. Sorry. Yes. And you're blowing my high, so please stop.
No, you're blowing my high.
You don't have a high.
You don't know what I have. And either way, man, like get some pep. Who smokes weed and gets
here for about an hour and a half as this all unfolded on our station Fox 11. So we saw them jump out of the vehicles, put the crime scene tape up, and with huge guns basically go into one of the biggest celebrities in the world, Sean Diddy Combs.
I was shocked. I was taken
back.
Oh,
they went to him like that.
I never even expected this to happen.
More people coming out. Who's this guy? Yeah, they're all kind of dressed alike.
Definitely shocking and hectic out here in Holmby Hills at one of Sean Diddy Combs' homes. We were first on scene as it all unfolded. We came right in the middle of the convoy of about 40 undercover law enforcement vehicles before they even put up the crime scene tape. The Department of Homeland Security making a
the quality is
connection to
bad.
the sex trafficking investigation. While it was all happening, investigators were also raiding his home in Miami. Homeland Security has not yet released details or named Diddy as the focus of the investigation. The 20-year-old Ryan Mendelsohn, he's lived nearby his whole life, and he often visits his best friend just a few doors down.
But I've seen maybe once a week girls lingering outside. I drive by a lot, and I see that a lot of girls, maybe 5 or 6 girls outside. Some leaving, some not, some going in, black Suburbans. Never know. I never thought anything of it, but now this is crazy. I mean,
as we broke word on scene, and from Skyfox, Mapleton Drive near Sunset and Beverly Glen became a madhouse. And as more Bearcats and undercover cops pulled in,
Okay, Sunset and Beverly Glen, I know the intersection.
a celebrity tour.
Yeah, you know where that's
Keep our minds open to what's going on here.
Yeah, that's in West LA division.
This is from Brooklyn, though.
Actually, that's not too far from where the O.J. Simpson case went down.
Definitely an unexpected added bonus for the people on that celebrity tour bus that goes through here. This neighborhood is home to a lot of celebrities. In fact, it's actually not gated, but his home, of course, is gated, and we're told that there's actually a guard there. We have reached out to Diddy and to his representatives for comment. We've not yet heard back. I'm Haley Winslow here in Holmby Hills in Los Angeles. Julie and Mike, back to you.
Yeah, this is all tied to a series of allegations and lawsuits. Like you said, you've reached out but haven't heard back. The man in your piece that we saw them looking like they were taking someone into custody, was that person arrested or just apprehended while the search crews went into the home?
Just detained. So there were 3 people from our helicopter. It showed 3 people coming out of that home. They basically went in, they went to the back over by the pool, Julie, and they detained 3 people inside there. Diddy was not here at the time. I think he was in New York. They also, of course, raided his home on the East Coast in Miami. But the people that they took out of those homes, out of that home, excuse me, we don't yet know if they will be arrested. Right now, they're just brought in for questioning.
And you've been out there all day. What are they doing right now? Are they carrying things out, or are they still kind of staking out and covering
Fuck the goddamn city of Los Angeles.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a scene for quite a while. We've been on this since probably started around 10 a.m. We got to the scene here once they all deployed about 1 p.m. And they're still there. All those vehicles basically parked up the hill down the street. Those are all undercover Homeland Security vehicles. And they were bringing stuff out right away, right after they went in and detained those 3 people. They brought out their drones. They put kind of everything back in the vehicles. And then actually a whole nother convoy of about 40 to 50 Bearcats and undercover vehicles came in about 3 o'clock today. I don't know if it was a shift change or whatever, but they're still just kind of here staking it out, I guess getting any kind of evidence they can to figure out exactly what's going on.
All right, Haley Winslow in Southern California tonight. Haley, thank you.
No. All right.
Fuck the commercial, 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 fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial.
Breaking now at 4, Homeland Security raiding homes here in LA and in Miami connected to music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Now, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Leslie Marin. Amy Johnson and Juan Fernandez are off today. This investigation here centering on Diddy's spacious property in Holmby Hills. Federal investigators moving in early this afternoon. Our Jeff Nguyen is there now gathering information for us and joins us now with what he's learned so far, Jeff.
So far, Leslie, federal investigators are not giving us a whole lot of details about what's going on. But as I step aside, what we can tell you from our chopper as well as on the ground here with all of these federal vehicles on this road, they showed up in big numbers and all geared up. Sky cow over this Holmby Hills home around 1 o'clock Monday. Numerous federal agents wearing tactical gear and helmets as they raided this massive property. Real estate records show the property's ownership is under Bad Boy Films. You may remember Sean Diddy Combs is the founder of Bad Boy Entertainment, which encompasses his various enterprises. Homeland Security officials say the mogul's home in LA and Miami have been raided by its investigators and other law enforcement. CBS News has confirmed through law enforcement officials that this is a possible sex trafficking investigation.
There's always been rumors circulated in the media about like the wild sex parties and the things that he makes other people do to become famous.
According to Zillow, the house is more than 13,000 square feet with 9 bedrooms and 9.5 baths. Estimated value at least $39 million. Ryan Mendelson lives nearby. He says he has seen young women in the driveway coming in and out of the house.
Some were in bikinis from the club. They could have been coming from the club or just now this is happening, but some were wearing dresses and see-through skirts.
Sky Cow captured a number of people being led out of the home in handcuffs. At one point, several people were seen detained on a patch of grass. 2 of the young men here appear to be Diddy's sons.
I'm really shocked, actually, about what's going on.
Why do you care, white woman?
And at this point, it is unclear if Sean Combs was at his home in Los Angeles or the one in Miami during those raids. We have reached out to his representatives, and so far we are waiting to hear back. We are live in Holmby Hills. Jeff Nguyen, KCAL News.
It's been a long time.
Thank you. And as we mentioned, Diddy's home in Miami, also being raided. Assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk now with this part of the story. Mike, what are we learning about what happened there?
Yeah, absolutely, Leslie. These two homes raided about the same time by Homeland Security investigations. That is very common when they execute search warrants. And again, this whole issue, this warrants were brought out of the Southern District of New York. Now, you see SkyCal behind me. This is his home here in LA, where federal agents have been there for quite some time. But I want to show you also some video from Miami, where federal agents did the exact same thing. You see the trailer you just saw in SkyCal shot. You're seeing the same kind of thing in Miami. Almost identical situations here. Federal agents from Homeland Security investigations are out there. This is the Miami office. Obviously, you have the LA office raiding it here. But again, we're all told this stems from the Southern District of New York. Now, you heard Jeff mention we don't exactly know where Diddy was when this all happened. But I do want to come to my computer here because I want to show you something. There is an aircraft that is known to be used by Diddy. We have actually confirmed and seen a picture of him standing in front of that aircraft. And that aircraft took off out of Van Nuys early this morning. And I can show you, made it all the way across the eastern part of the United States. And just about an hour ago, landed in Antigua. Now, I want to be clear here. We do not know that Diddy was on that aircraft. One of our very observant photographers who works up in SkyCal said he saw it take off last night. Flight data shows that it took off from here, went up to Sacramento, and then early this morning came back down to Palm Springs, back to Van Nuys, and now we know from Van Nuys over to Antigua. And as Jeff mentioned, we are still waiting to hear information from Diddy's sources, Diddy's reps, and as soon as we have any...
A for effort avoiding that shit. That was amazing. A for effort. I got on his jet in Van Nuys and said, fuck this, let's stop and tactile and let's bounce. Ooh. Ooh.
Like I said, hot off the presses. It's a developing story, y'all.
Ooh.
No, I can't make out what y'all are saying.
I don't know how you can't make out what we're saying, Shabaka. It might be your headset, or are you on the phone or computer? What are you on?
No, I'm on nothing. I'm just here on the Bluetooth.
You didn't hear what happened? Rewind that track just so I can do it again.
No, the only thing that I got is sound like that P. Diddy bum rushed Van Nuys Airport and hopped the airplane. And I would imagine that red line they're showing on the map right there is probably the route he went. So in other words, P. Diddy bailed, huh?
Yeah, he straight up.
He straight up. He's just...
That motherfucker bailed.
Ooh. Ooh.
Shit, I ain't mad at him. Shit.
A for effort for that pivot on the dip. He was not home to see none of that shit. He was like, yeah, they coming about 8. Just leave about 5.
Yeah, he probably got wind or something.
Yeah, he had to have.
You know.
And they talking about we don't know if it's him.
And he said bail.
We can only suspect.
He did his bail.
On Big Diddy, man, and that escape. You gotta give your hands on that, dude, because you don't want him to get caught because the FBA, brother, but you know he's gonna suffer for it. You know what I mean? But you want him to get out, but you don't want him to get out. It's kind of mixed feelings. You know he's gonna suffer that justice, but this gonna be like remember Shabaka OJ? Remember when OJ was on the freeway and everybody was standing
deeper than OJ. No, this is deeper than OJ. OJ was a fucking idiot, okay? You see what I'm saying?
The hype was Shabaka. Just remember the hype when he was on the freeway and everybody was on the freeway with the signs and shit.
I remember very well.
And we were sitting in front of the TV and he's driving like a little old man.
Yep.
I'm gonna go build my bridge in the cold grain. I'm so fucked up. White pussy got the best of me.
Oh my god! Oh my god! That's epic shit. It's just gonna be just like.
To add insult to injury, Lady J, when OJ was in that white Bronco, the motherfucker wasn't doing no more than 40 miles an hour.
40 miles an hour or less, man. That shit was classy.
Yeah.
And he was just driving. He was like, when he was crying and everything, and fucking snot coming out of his nose. It was a big mess. This could be just like that. He already got a head start. He already went to he's in Antigua. Antigua.
He's in the Caribbean
island. Yeah, he's in a too, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, so he done fucked
So
around.
in other words,
He could be gone for a minute.
but you got to keep in mind is that the money P. Diddy has make O.J. Simpson, the money that O.J. had, made O.J. look like a panhandler compared to what P. Diddy got.
Well, they're looking for you. No, I mean, he parked his jet.
No, he bailed.
He bailed. He's in a Black Island. Good luck.
Yeah. All right. So, Lady J, what's your craziness?
My thoughts are this. Ooh.
I'm sorry. So with him being out the country now that makes it even worse for the case. That motherfucker got enough money to stay gone for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Right.
Facts.
And he in a black country. That's a black country, right? Black Caribbean island?
Yes.
And Antigua?
Yeah.
It's a former French
I believe it's in the Caribbean.
The Black Island,
I'm
right?
quite sure.
It's either a French colony.
Then the French were barbaric ass slave traders, so of course, I'm sure they got colored folk down here as well too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be paying off motherfuckers to keep them secret.
Lady Che, the man got enough money to stay hidden for the rest of his life.
Yeah, you good. A for effort, P. Diddy. A for effort.
Now here's one for you.
Everybody says it's gonna
And
turn
the
into a
case
White Island type situation, huh?
Now here's one for you. This dude was a pedophile for real, and he was married to Sharon Tate, who was one of the victims in the Tate LaBianca case in the late 1960s. And there was a dude by the name of Roman Polanski, who was a movie director.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to get about the United States for similar shit like this that they're trying to accuse P. Diddy of.
Yeah, it's a former British colony.
But black people.
Okay, so which means is it's a black country, meaning that you got slaves there.
Yep. I bet he already made his little island purchase. He got him a little place to be. Smart.
Let me check.
On Diddy's part.
That man has enough money to stay hidden for the rest of his life.
But when you got
He probably got in touch with his crew and made them so damn rich and told them, well, you motherfuckers got paid to defend yourselves. I'm gone.
Right. Good luck at my house.
So in the long run, so with that theory and scenario, you would have to say that he took care of his crew.
Diddy was like, I'm not going down without at least spending one round of jet fuel.
That motherfucker went out there to Van Nuys Airport, got on his Learjet, and got the fuck out of here.
Did you see the map?
He got across some distance, didn't he?
He's telling us about when he left. That part's the best part. That's the best part is when he's talking about how when he left. That's over there towards the end. He's like, he's giving the map breakdown.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on the case. And then you can see these white ass journalists. Oh, hell yeah, he bailed like a motherfucker.
Press play.
That motherfucker damn near Venezuela.
Right.
They've actually confirmed and seen a picture of him standing in front of that aircraft. And that aircraft took off out of Van Nuys early this morning. And
you didn't want to laugh.
I can show you made it all the way across the eastern part of the United States and just without about an hour ago landed in Antigua. Now, I want to be clear here. We do not know that Diddy was on that aircraft. One of our very
Yeah, it's easy to figure out. Hell yeah, he was on that motherfucker. He'll be a dumb motherfucker if he wasn't.
Who else would be on it?
Hell yeah. I'll step into one of these Sin City casinos and bet $20 that Diddy was on that motherfucker.
He was
and if he wasn't, he would be a goddamn fool if he wasn't.
Right. God damn it. Yes, sir. Yes, exactly. He was
That heat coming on him.
6 hours. He was on a jet. Ooh. P. Diddy bailed. Yeah, he totally left. Well, he's like, oh, look, I'm watching. shit.
Devil got the bell, he fled. He bailed to stay out of jail. He bailed.
Ooh wee. Cause A for effort right there. That was a massive. That was a great escape right there.
Yep, the great escape.
That's exactly what it was. That was the best escape since escape from Alcatraz.
That motherfucker
was a great escape like a motherfucker.
If you want to, I'm out. See, man, if I had
he probably told his homies, fucking take whatever the fuck you want about this bitch.
Yeah.
You gotta remember, P. Diddy is a billionaire, not a millionaire. He is a billionaire.
Yep.
Which means is that he's got millionaires on his puppet string.
It was a straight line. It was like lines upon lines. Those swerves are nothing. He's like, we didn't pick nobody up.
Check.
Yeah.
The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh,
he straight bum rush.
He made a beeline to the Caribbean.
Beeline straight to the Caribbean.
Yeah, you're probably gonna go up there, get with Rihanna, go fuck her for the rest of the days,
like,
you know.
They gonna go get him.
No, Rihanna's married to A$AP Rocky.
Who?
Ain't she married to A$AP Rocky?
Yeah, but she ain't in Antigua.
No, she's in Bermuda.
Barbados.
Barbados.
Yeah, so he got enough. He probably stopped for fuel right there and probably gonna kick it for a week or so until they figure it out. But then
that motherfucker's gonna go kick it for the rest of his life.
he gonna put his jet in hiding.
You said P. Diddy gone. He bailed.
They said they can't confirm him though.
Can you believe that, Jesse? That's his jet. You really think you're gonna let anybody take his jet out?
No.
No.
All right, y'all. So moving right along, we got the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. His bond in the New York City fraud case reduced to $175 million.
Oh my God! Cause
I was like, bullshit. Bullshit. First it was 500 million. Now they went on and reduced this motherfucker's bail.
Only $5.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Fuck the goddamn commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial.
I like a plain grilled burger sometimes, you know? Jesus.
An appeals court has reduced the amount of money former President Donald Trump needs to put forward if he wants to fight the ruling in his New York civil fraud trial. Monday's decision reduces the bond from more than $450 million to $175 million. It also gives the former president 10 extra days to find the cash. Let's bring in CBS News legal contributor and Loyola Law School professor Jessica.
You see how much
what is the point of these kinds of bonds, and why would the court reduce it down to $175 million?
It's a major white.
Well, this is actually, I think, a rational decision in the sense that what the court's saying here isn't that the penalty that the trial court Judge Engoron imposed is irrational or problematic, just that Trump doesn't have to pay all of it while he's appealing and saying, that's not how much money I owe, in part because Trump's argument was, I don't have that liquid, so potentially he would have to start selling properties that he would argue would be an irreparable harm. And he's saying, look, if I don't end up having to pay all of that money, why not just make me pay this smaller amount up front, make sure that I'm still paying something in good faith, and then let the appeals process play out.
And so let's assume he pays this reduced bond. Would that take the issue of seizing assets off the table?
For now. And then we wait for the appellate court to say, thumbs up or thumbs down when it comes to what the trial court judge said here, both with respect to liability and the amount of damages. I do, again, think it's important for people to understand this is just temporary. It's just the appellate court saying, while you are in front of us arguing your case, you don't have to put forward the full amount of damages that the trial court judge said that you owe. He could still end up owing that amount of money. This is just a reprieve.
Okay, now we're going to make a huge turn here and switch gears and mix my metaphor. I want to ask you about the Republicans' effort to impeach President Biden, which hasn't gone anywhere. So the chair of the House Government Oversight Committee says he might refer this criminally to the Justice Department instead of using impeachment. Is that legally possible? Isn't impeachment there for a reason with presidents?
Impeachment is absolutely there for a reason. As you know very well, there is an Office of Legal Counsel memorandum from the Department of Justice says that we don't indict sitting presidents. And so you can make all of the criminal referrals that you want, but as long as President Biden is still president, there will be no criminal case that's brought against him. One other thing to remember, of course, is that we haven't seen any specific criminal codes that have been pointed out or highlighted by those investigating the president that could potentially have been violated here. You asked me about the purpose of impeachment. Of course, that's a different purpose. I mean, think about back to what those who drafted the Constitution said about impeachment really being there to protect the government. It's a safety valve to make sure that public men, and this is how we describe people, that public men who engage in public crimes don't get to continue to serve us. It's a way of making sure that we're protecting self-governance.
And let me go back to the Department of Justice, the Office of Legal Counsel ruling on criminal referrals or about presidents. Isn't one of the theories that if Donald Trump gets reelected, that he will then be president and these ongoing criminal cases, not the ones being handled by the Department of Justice special prosecutor, but ongoing criminal cases in New York and in Georgia, what would happen to them based on that Office of Legal Counsel ruling?
This is a great question. And so very broadly, I would say if Trump becomes president again, he will argue that it's not just the federal cases, it's also the state cases that cannot move forward, in part because of what you pointed to, and that Office of Legal Counsel memo, and the idea that there's something special about presidents. You've written and thought about this a lot. And it's not just that we don't want them to sit there as criminal defendants when they should be running the country, but in the cases pending in Georgia and New York, it's the idea that states as separate sovereigns shouldn't be able to reach out and prosecute or continue to prosecute the head of the executive branch. So instead of a kind of horizontal separation of powers argument that you might have with respect to a federal case, this would be more of a vertical separation of powers. States don't reach up to the head of one of the federal branches and subject him to a criminal trial while he is in fact doing what the Constitution says he has to, which is take care to faithfully execute the laws.
So just very briefly, on the one hand, you have the House Republicans talking about criminal referrals, even though they know there's an Office of Legal Counsel ruling that means they won't be heard. And while at the same time you have the Republican nominee relying on that Office of Legal Counsel, essentially, with respect to his possible presidency and any cases. It seems that these are in conflict.
It does. And let's also remember that this is a likely nominee for the Republican to be the president, who also relied on that Office of Legal Counsel memo, I would say quite heavily when he was president. So yes, I mean, it will shock nobody to know that when it comes to politics, we tend to feel really strongly about making sure that a sitting president cannot be indicted if that's the president who represents our party, and maybe not quite as strongly if that's the president who represents the other party.
Jessica Levinson straightening it out for us once again. Thanks so much, Jessica.
This is really bad.
Recordings just got better.
Marcel.
Hey, it's Dana from Stream There. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now.
If he does become the president, he's going to start off with a lot of debt.
Shabaka, are you still with us?
Yep, I'm still here.
Shabaka.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like am I right? If he does win, he's going to start off with a lot of debt. Am I right, Shabaka?
And once again, what that motherfucker's going to do, he's going to figure out a way to angle it out. He's already figuring a way out to angle it out. The Attorney General said if that motherfucker didn't have all the damn money, his ass is being incarcerated. Now look at the double speak that they coming to you with.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, he might be asking P. Diddy to loan him some money.
Well, you see, he done skedaddled up out of here.
Oh, no. P. Diddy didn't skedaddle. He bailed. There's difference. That motherfucker was moving fast to get the fuck up out of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So that's when you bail. Skedaddle is when you take your time and finesse your way up out of it and all that. But that motherfucker P. Diddy bailed.
For 20 years, he's been finessing his way out of it.
Who, the Dump?
No.
Well, the Dump, like his niece, Mary Dump said, is that he's always been like that his whole life.
Yeah.
Spoiled, rich kid, rich, manipulative motherfucker, has no couth, has no respect. You know what I'm saying? And to sit up there and say, go grab women a certain way, man, that is attempted rape in some damn states.
Yeah.
Man, a woman will kill you, man, doing that. You go up there and you grab her in the manner which you discussed. And rightfully so, because it can be attempted, it could be interpreted as an attempted sexual assault. And I'm of the opinion that it is.
It is.
No, I've never done that to a woman.
Yeah.
No matter how good she looks, you just don't go up there and grab a woman, like that he described.
He said when you're a celebrity, you can do those type of things.
Well,
what he said
he
on
has
that
a lot to learn about life, doesn't he now?
Interview was a Hollywood Access interview that he did on that bus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on the Hollywood bus.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to. You don't have to do that as a man, And, if she says no, no means no. But that doesn't always mean that you're going to get no forever in your life, There might be a woman, that woman just might not be digging you, but you ain't got to take it. So no means no.
But Lady Che, Hollywood in the music industry in these contemporary times of 2024 is built on one thing: boredom. Okay?
Yeah.
Boredom.
Also, I got another video to play about the Dump. That's human shit.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. What about him?
So they're going to talk about where the cases stand in New York.
They chipping away at the case. That motherfucker ain't walking no goddamn concrete, so they're going through
The judge has scheduled a trial date for that starting April 15th, rejecting Trump's attempts for further delay. The presumptive Republican nominee was in the courtroom for that hearing today.
This is election interference. They are doing things that have never been done in this country before. We've never had anything like it, certainly not at this level, but we've really had nothing like it that I've been able to find.
Robert Costa and Major Garrett join us now. Bob is in New York following that case, and Major is with me here on set. Bob, I want to start with you in New York. So we have this trial date set for April 15th, the first trial of a former president. What reasons did the judge give in this hush money case to start this trial date on this day?
Caitlin, great to be with you. It's evident today, based on Judge Juan Merchan's comments inside the courtroom, that he wants this criminal trial of former President Donald Trump to begin as soon as possible. And he largely sided in his statements today with the prosecution, with the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, saying that while Michael Cohen, Trump's former fixer, was under federal investigation for several years, that the documents produced as part of that federal investigation were given over to the defense team, the Trump team, in as best a way possible by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Trump's lawyers have argued in response that that's not true, that they need more time to review all of these federal documents that have come to light as the basis of that federal investigation. But the big picture here is that the judge wants this trial to begin in mid-April. It will begin in mid-April. And when one of Trump's lawyers said today in court that there's still going to be a delay, they're going to try to postpone this, the judge said effectively, I'll see you on April 15th.
Ooh, that's
Well, that says that, Major, we know that a legal strategy from the president's team in all of these cases has been to look for ways to delay these cases. In this case, we have the date. How does that impact Trump's ability to campaign?
He's a defendant. He needs to be in the courtroom. When you're a defendant in the courtroom, guess what you're not, Caitlin? You're not a candidate on the campaign trail, whether you're the presumptive nominee of a major party or not, as Trump quite clearly is.
With his chest.
For this calendar year, Caitlin, former President Trump has won in politics of indictment.
Bitch made ass.
It gave jet fuel to his candidacy for the Republican nomination. Many Republican primary and caucus voters who were wondering whether they would support Trump rallied around him, around the indictments, because they thought he was being treated unfairly. And some forces in American life and law were out to get Trump. Now he's going to have to live with the reality of an actual trial. Indictments are one thing, a trial is another. And much of what former President Trump can say outside of a courtroom, in between proceedings, has political resonance and relevance. All of that resonance and relevance becomes dissipated inside a courtroom, because the courtroom is only concerned with three things: facts, law, and procedure.
That's why he had all that.
And in the courtroom, Trump continuously loses on facts, law, and procedure. He wins outside the courtroom when it's an abstraction. Starting April 15th, this case will no longer be an abstraction. It will be a legal reality.
This mood that he was in. I mean, he came out afterwards and called all of this election interference.
Sure.
We know this is not election interference, but how do you assess what he's trying to do here?
So that is a typical Trump tactic. I've watched it play out for many, many years, a kind of political jujitsu. Use the momentum of your opponent to your favor. The former president is, whether you believe the January 6th federal charges are legitimate or not, the most visible figure in all of American political life interfering with the ratification of a presidential election result. No one has tried harder, more publicly and more repetitively, to deny peaceful transfer of power in the history of this country than former President Trump. So when he talks about election interference, he's trying to cast all of that blame that rests upon his shoulders for actions he took intentionally onto some other forces in American political life. Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan District Attorney, it's not his fault that there were hush money payments to Stormy Daniels right as the 2016 campaign was reaching its crescendo. Who was in charge of that scheme? According to the documents and the indictment, Michael Cohen and then candidate Trump. When payments were made to a fictitious legal entity created by Michael Cohen when Trump was president, those checks were signed where, Caitlin? In the Oval Office. Is Alvin Bragg responsible for that? No, he's bringing a case based on those facts. The timing of the case is inconvenient for Trump, but the underlying offenses, as alleged, were his doing, not the district attorney's.
And we have seen Republicans, co-opt that phrase election interference and apply it blanket to anything that they deem.
To whatever fits.
Exactly. Yeah.
A narrative of some forces in American political life tampering with the way voters would otherwise judge an election. But let's be candid. Voters will judge the 2024 election in part on what former President Trump did with the 2020 election, whether he's comfortable with that or not.
And Bob, you were there. What was the mood like at the courthouse during this hearing and afterwards when Trump talked to the press?
I saw Trump up close today inside 40 Wall Street. It wasn't just the courthouse. He had a press conference afterward. And I stood just a few feet away from him and asked him a question about how he's going to pay this bond. He told CBS News he has a lot of cash. He's going to be able to pay this bond, secure it on time. But what was so interesting to me as a political reporter, put aside the legal aspect of all of this, is he spent the first 10 minutes, let's say, of the news conference really outlining his view that he's angry with President Joe Biden, angry with the Justice Department, angry with the prosecutors in Lower Manhattan. He's angry with this Attorney General of New York, Letitia James, and his grievances are fueling him politically. And when he was asked by reporters if he believes a conviction in the criminal hush money payments trial could affect him, he said it could actually help me. He believes that many Americans will look at this process that he's facing and galvanize or at least be sympathetic toward him. Now, that's a very much TBD prospect politically. It's hard to say any political strategist, red or blue, would want to see their candidate face a conviction during the heat of an election season. But that said, Trump has often used controversy as fuel for his campaigns, which makes him such an unusual political actor on our national stage.
And Bob, I know when you've talked to him before too, he said that the courtroom is the campaign. That and as Major and I were just discussing, according to the timeline here, it very much is going to be where he is and the only place that he can kind of campaign. Do you feel like they believe that still works to his advantage, or are they kind of internalizing what we were discussing earlier about the realities of what this actually means?
It's complicating the political calculus for 2024 because so often we'd be talking about issues like the economy, like the border, like character, perhaps to a point, but it's Trump's character and conduct that's so front and center due to these ongoing trials and the civil fraud case that it's really pushing to the side so many issues that would usually be cropping up at this point in a general election campaign season. And that could hurt Trump. It could help Trump. It could be a wash. It could be a distraction from the ultimate drivers of what's going to happen in this campaign. But we're in an unsteady political moment where it's so unclear what exactly this all means. If Trump has to pay $175 million, is that a one-week story? Or do people say for the rest of this campaign, the state of New York really believes this person's a fraudster and we don't want to have them as president? Or is it just another controversy that circles around Trump? Trump's betting on the latter, but at the same time, the Biden campaign's looking at all of this and saying the January 6th issue, democracy, hasn't even come to the fore yet with Jack Smith. All of these could ultimately be a weight on Trump, but no one's really sure about how it's going to play out because we're not having a traditional campaign.
Yeah, not a traditional campaign. The understatement of the 2024 campaign, indeed. Bob, thank you very much for sharing your reporting from the scene today. And Major, stick around with us. You'll be here with much more.
They are doing things that have never been done in this country before. You had a case which they're dying to get this thing started. The judge cannot go faster. He wants to get it started so badly.
Even if true, is either counterbalanced or
mentioned in the earlier segment was how Trump keeps losing a lot of cases. And we voir dire the jurors, prospective jurors. Are they going to be
for the trial of a former president? Of course, we've never been here before.
Like eggs.
No, we haven't. We've never had a former president indicted like this. Then he's running for re-election, so that complicates things. He's been running for re-election for well over a year. It's a very public case, so voters and potential jurors know what is potentially in the air, what's in the water, and we're trying to find out when we voir dire the jurors, prospective jurors, are they going to be impartial? Are they going to be as fair as possible? And are they going to be able to hear this evidence with an open mind and before they convict somebody? It's going to be a very challenging affair from the very beginning of trying to navigate this trial.
Professor, it was said when the Manhattan District Attorney was contemplating these charges that if he brought these felonies, it would be kind of a leap or a stretching of understood law in terms of misdemeanor and felonies. Is that true based on what you've reviewed of this trial as it moves closer to actual courtroom procedures?
Yeah, one of the things you mentioned in the earlier segment was how Trump keeps losing a lot of cases in court. And it's interesting to watch this one because I think there are going to be some challenges for the prosecutors here. I mean, a lot of these business falsification and documents cases, usually they bring an additional charge beyond just the falsification, like larceny, something like that. We don't have that here. We just have the business falsification. And they can't just say that he falsified business records. It had to be falsification with an additional crime underlying it, such as a violation of federal election law, which is a little strange because this is a New York state proceeding referring to federal election law. It's actually deeply unclear whether hush payments are a violation of federal election law. John Edwards, former North Carolina senator who ran for president, also was accused in federal court years ago of paying hush payments to a mistress. Those cases were thrown out, and so there's a question about whether or not this will proceed. So lots of complicated questions for the prosecutors, but then a lot of things that Trump and his team are going to have to defend in these novel charges.
as soon
Yeah,
as
I'm kind of curious about that lack of a legal roadmap, if you will, because we've not been here before. How do you assemble witnesses for this kind of thing? What would that look like?
Yeah, so here we're going to be trying to trace out for Michael Cohen or his associates about the money that was being gathered and the use for it. I think everyone agrees that this was hush money, right? This was used to silence the former pornographic actress who maybe Trump had an affair with and has denied.
Maybe.
But we have the money, just knowing that those things swirling around could have damaged the campaign. So we're going to be trying to find people who had heard of this affair, people who were aware of the money that was going through. But again, we're dealing a lot of records, a lot of documents, a lot of sort of forensic accounting experts, if you will, to talk about these things. And then it's going to be this question about getting into Trump's state of mind. Did he know he was trying to cover something up? He was trying to conceal it. There was this legal question there. It's always the problem in these prosecutions is to get into the defendant's state of mind. And so we'll see what the prosecutor has to show next month.
Professor, for those who watch today's proceedings on the reduction of the bond that the former president has to put up in order to pursue his appeal of the civil fraud case, the separate case, not the one dealing with Michael Cohen and Stormy Daniels, they will ask themselves, did Trump win something today, or was it sort of a temporary victory? How would you assess that?
It's only a victory, but I would qualify it as you did as a temporary victory. It's pretty rare for a bond like this to get reduced on appeal. The point is, once you've lost a case at the trial court level, before you can appeal, we want to make sure that you have the money in place. You're not just postponing everything. We want to be able to wrap this up if the appeal doesn't have any merit. But this is a huge, huge award at $454 million. Very rarely do we see awards reduced. But in cases, I think of one from the 80s involving some oil companies in the billions of dollars. Those are the kinds of things that get reduced. So the reduction to $175 million, right? That's not chump change, right? That's a significant sum that Trump's team is still going to have to come up with. So a temporary victory that he doesn't have to be on the hook for the full $454 million today. But something short-lived as that appeal is going to press forward and probably press forward fairly quickly.
And is there any chance that that could be further reduced?
It is. So one of the things in appeal, right, is to figure out whether or not that size of the award was justified by the evidence. And so one of the things that Trump's campaign is going to be arguing, first, is that he wasn't liable. But second, that even if he is liable, that he didn't inflate the value of his assets to such a significant degree that this amount of money is what he should be on the hook for. So he will be pressing both whether he's liable and the amount of liability on appeal. So again, it's a good sign that the New York Court of Appeals here is allowing that to be reduced right now. I wouldn't read it too much into it to say that they're going to reduce it in the future, just that as a temporary matter, given the size of the award, they're going to reduce it only to let him appeal so they can hear the case.
All right, Professor Derek Muller, thank you for explaining this in terms we can all understand. A lot to unwind with all of these different cases. We appreciate your time.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
If he's convicted, I will still vote for him because there's someone else running for office that should have been convicted a long time ago.
Welcome back to America Decides. Many
I wonder who that is.
Republican voters, as you saw there in key battleground states, are standing behind Trump amid his mounting legal troubles. With the hush money trial set to start in April, the presumptive Republican nominee is going to be spending a lot of time in that courtroom ahead of November. More on this, we have Finn Gomez and Katrina Kaufman. Finn is here with us on set, and Katrina is outside the courthouse in New York. And of course, Major Garrett is with us as well. Finn, I want to start with you because we've been kind of talking about the politics of this. And we know, as we've talked about for several months now, that the court cases, play heavily into Trump's campaign. But I'm curious how this specific one may play in. How seriously are they taking this hush money payment case?
Well, actually, you talked about battleground states earlier. There was a poll that came out about a month ago, a Bloomberg poll that showed that if convicted, over 50% of voters in those respective states, we're talking about from Arizona to Wisconsin to North Carolina, Georgia, and so on, that over 50%, 53% would not vote for Trump, according to this poll, if he is convicted, and 23% of Republicans as well. The other thing is we've never been here before. This is historic. We have never had a nominee, from a major party facing criminal charges. This is historic and weird. We have never been here before. So this is something that's the big question. How will it impact his voters, his support, and those battleground states?
I mean, that's a really important point because that's speaking to what we were talking about earlier, the primary versus the general election. Because we saw in the primary over and over again, vast majorities of Republicans were saying they'd support him if convicted. Now you're in a general election climate. That's not the case necessarily.
Right. There's no strategist that Trump can turn to and say, hey, how was it handled before?
Yeah.
There is no before, Mr. President. There is no. So you are the author of your strategy.
Right.
Kind of like he was in 2016. And that, as you well know, Finn, is Trump's natural, most comfortable place. He's his key strategist. His gut instinct is what rules almost all of his political calculations.
Yeah.
And those closest to him carry out his instincts, but it's all instinctive. And that's what he's got to go on right now.
Right. It's that notion that in CHP that we know so well from 2016. It's like, let Trump be Trump. And right now, that's what that is their compass politically. You know, that is what they're going on. How this plays, especially in those 7 battleground states, that is where this election will be decided in those 7 states, and how that's playing. We're seeing some voter sound, how that's impacting those voters. That's really just those are his supporters, right? You know, if you're a soft partisan, Trump, I've been told this, is big on the suburban voter, like how this, you know, they're really going after the suburban voter. You would imagine day in and day out for weeks being coupled on headlines with an adult film star, being reminded of these accusations that occurred back in 2016. Like it is bringing up stories, negative stories that they don't want, the campaign does not want. How is that going to impact the voter?
Katrina, one of the many obligations you have for us, and we are indebted to you for carrying them out on such a consistent and quality basis, is keeping track of the calendar. And it is a hectic and crowded legal calendar for the former president. We're not going to impose upon you every single thing that's on that calendar, but give us a flavor of the next couple of months, if you could.
Sure. So this will be the first criminal trial to move forward against Trump. This hush money case, it is now, as of today, officially set to start on April 15. It will end up intersecting with arguments that are going before the Supreme Court. And this is Trump's immunity appeal that's related to his D.C. election interference case. Now, the Florida classified documents case was set to start on May 20th. The hush money case will likely actually go till late May at this point. But in Florida, we're also really still waiting for a final trial date from Judge Eileen Cannon. She hasn't fully set that yet. So really, it could be a very crowded summer. There's the Florida classified documents case, the Georgia election interference case, and potentially the DC election interference case that all may want to try to start. But it's plausible that this hush money trial will be the only criminal prosecution that actually gets completed before the November election at this point.
And Katrina, we were talking earlier about how the strategy from Trump's legal team in most of these cases, if not all, has been to try to delay the proceedings in any way they can. Why was it not successful today?
Judge Juan Merchan seemed very frustrated today at this attempt to delay the proceeding, and not just to delay it. Trump's team was actually trying to get these charges dismissed. Essentially, the hearing was about a trove of last-minute discovery that came to light, and Trump's lawyers were saying that it was really DA Alvin Bragg's responsibility to request this evidence sooner, and that because he hadn't, this could actually be prosecutorial misconduct that was of a level that would be enough to dismiss the entire indictment. But the judge was not swayed at all by Trump's legal team's arguments today, and this trial is going to move forward as planned.
So
in fact, he actually said that the DA's office went above and beyond in their effort to get evidence for the defense.
Sorry about that, Katrina. Finn, one of our campaign reporters, Torian Small, was in one of the battleground states, Wisconsin, talking to Trump-aligned voters about all of this. Let's take a quick listen.
What they're doing here is magic. I don't think you can put a price on somebody's smile. And
they're going after this man for whatever reason they are, for trumped-up charges, when they could do the same thing to the other person. They're not doing it.
I mean, look at Biden and his son. To me, if any of that is true, there's legal issues out there on that side that are absolutely ridiculous.
That is a kind of microcosm of the Trump-supporting Republican world, that whatever the former president is alleged to have done, Even if
Them
true,
are some brain
is either
dead, dense
counterbalanced
motherfuckers.
or less severe than the allegations which have resulted in 0 criminal charges against former President Biden and some criminal charges against Hunter Biden being prosecuted under the leadership of the Biden Justice Department.
Hunter Biden is a damn dope
That
fiend.
is a healthy sign for Trump, at least among core Republicans.
This occurred.
Is it not?
Absolutely. They're not going to erode. I mean, talking to a Trump advisor, they say just a little while ago, they say that this plays right into that narrative. You know, this is a political witch hunt. We heard the former president in New York City just say the same thing a little while ago. You know, it's a political persecution. You know, that plays well, that resonates well. What we don't know is that Nikki Haley voter. What we don't know, we heard Mike Pence, who just said his own vice president, a little, you know, tell Margaret Brennan on Face the Nation a couple weeks ago, he was not going to support his own former running mate. Like, where does that voter go? Where does that like traditional conservative Republican voter go? We all remember in 2022, if it's an example for this, perhaps it is, perhaps it isn't. But if we look at that Senate race, that key Senate race, where that McCain Republican voter helped the Democrat win, well, the same thing happened here in November on a macro level. I mean, that's a question that I think we all should be asking.
And as we've been talking to voters throughout this campaign, a lot of them, Republicans, have called a lot of these trials a distraction, and they're not really paying attention. The Biden theory of the case, of course, is that they are going to spend a lot of time in some ways reminding them of everything associated with Trump. So we'll see if that strategy pays off as well. Ben Gomez, thank you very much. And Katrina Kaufman in New York, thank you. We appreciate your time.
A brother by the name of King.
All right, so what's your thoughts on that?
Well, the dump, as in human shit, I'm not surprised by any of this bullshit that they coming with. The motherfucker bought the last election. He's going to buy this motherfucker again. Fuck Biden and tell Biden to go change his diapers.
It all depends.
We ain't going, Black family, we ain't going to win with neither one of these motherfuckers. This is why we push the Black First agenda. Everything else at this point in time is bullshit.
Right.
I agree.
I concur. So moving right along. Content creator shames TikTok CEO for complaining about house ban while the app targets Black users.
You have noticed that everything targets us, except the goddamn reparations.
Yeah.
$650 trillion in goddamn tangibles, period. Cut the goddamn check.
That's right, Shabbat. You gotta keep reminding them. So, Sister Demetria K is going to give us the update on this.
Pressure on TikTok issued a public service announcement, if you will, to that of the CEO of TikTok, Shao Chu. Check it out.
This legislation, if signed into law, will lead to a ban of TikTok.
Looks like your ass is in a sling, huh, Mr. CEO? 30 million Black people in this country in an election year that makes up about 15% of the population. Think about this. The Democratic and the Republican Party, they both want our vote. Now, it sounds to me like you're having a issue with representatives. These are people that represent us. And it's going to take our voice to get your ass out of the sling that you're in. But first, we have a list of demands. Number one, Black TikTok creators are owed an apology from you and your company. We have been muted and silenced on here for way too long. We're tired of it. We want the acknowledgement that it's happening, and we want the promise that it's going to stop. Next, a thank you and an acknowledgement is not too far out of order either. Black people, Black culture, Black dances, Black music is what made this app get popular in the first place. And now when we come on here on our forums with our Black voices, you mute us, you silence us, you critique us, you block us. I'm currently banned from even going live permanently because I speak about Black experiences and how race and race relations affects Black people. That's wrong. The same exact thing that the United States is doing to you all, you've been doing to us for far too long. Guess you don't like it, huh? Next, the Black woman is the most disrespecting human being on this planet. Our Black women came together about a year or so ago to do something called the Black Woman Follow Train, and you all took it away because people who didn't look like us and didn't share our experiences, they disagreed with it and it made them uncomfortable. We want it back. Let our Black sisters be able to follow each other, support each other openly without hiding. And guess what? We'll give you the support of the Black community. We'll speak to our representatives. We'll come out publicly on social media and fight against what they're trying to do to TikTok. But until then, we all should remain silent.
So as you saw there, that was Shout You at the beginning, basically talking about the ban on TikTok, if you will. And that Brother King of Pressure saying, hey, well, if you want Black people to help you, Mr. Chu, then there's things that you need to do for us. Stop banning us on TikTok. Stop, messing with our views and things like that. And he talked about the follow trend that Black women were doing. A Black woman follow a Black woman so that Black women could, amass followers and things like that. So you could get a check, right? Well, it sounds like they stopped that because, as he said, other communities, and y'all know who they are, felt a certain type of way about it. So they got rid of it. And so I love what the King of Pressure said. Yeah. You want something from us, then you're going to have to do something for us. Stop messing with us. Now, for those of y'all who did not know, Congress a week ago or so banned TikTok. And so it has to go through the Senate for them to vote on it. And then President Joe Biden says that if it does all of that, he will sign banning it. Now, the ban is comprised of if they, do not sell it to somebody in America within the next 6 months, then they are completely banned. So they're asking ByteDance that owns TikTok to sell it because Congress is saying, oh, it's a bad influence on the children and the Chinese. They're getting our information through TikTok and doing nefarious things with it. None of that stuff has been proven at all. And the other argument is get your own children off of TikTok. Why are you blaming it on social media? If that's the case, then you need to get rid of Facebook, Instagram, and all the other social media sites. But anyway, there's other people saying there's other reasons why they want to get rid of TikTok. I'll let y'all go and research that on your own. But yeah, I agree with him. Black people, there's a lot of Black people on TikTok. And as he said, the Black vote is kind of at a tug of war right now. Before, Republicans weren't really fighting for the Black vote, but they seem to be doing that now, right? Of course, we know Democrats can't win anything without the Black vote. And so as the King of Pressure said, we have, political power still at this moment in this country. And so, Mr. CEO, if you want us to help you, then you need to help us. It's just that plain and simple. See, I love that because we as Black people need to start doing a give and a get, right? Quid pro quo, reciprocity, and all that other stuff. We need to get for what we are giving. That's how voting should be. It's transactional. I vote for you, and then you do this for me. But that hasn't been the way for Black people. And so I love that King of Pressure is implying, implementing that strategy, right? Do something for us and we'll do something for you. So we need to take that in every aspect of life. As far as we are concerned as Black people, whenever them folks need us or a political party, whatever it is, great. We'll show up when we get something from you. We ain't going to keep showing up for nothing now. So anyway, y'all tell me what you think of that. I love it. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetra K Show here.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now.
See, that's our next topic. Okay, Shabaka, are you still with us?
Yeah.
Shabaka?
Yeah.
Okay, what are your thoughts on what are your thoughts on the TikTok?
Okay, ban the motherfucker. Okay, is because it's Chinese. We're not making no money off of it. Okay, they put the most of asinine shit up there, and as you know, I've used TikTok a little bit, for the advertisement, of the show. But I tried to go back to the TikTok account to use it to enhance, what we're doing. The motherfucker wouldn't let me in. It wouldn't let me in. I put the password in and all that shit. The motherfucker wouldn't let me in. So the advertisements that we're using the TikTok for is that I'm just clicking it and then I'm just editing, the type that you see, with the TikTok advertisements that we use. You see, so I'm just keeping it for that, because if it benefits us. See, I want to be like P. Diddy too. I want to just bail on a spare amount.
Yeah.
Well, I was hearing you just said, so pay attention.
Go ahead, Lady Shay.
I personally don't use it, so I don't even know how to use it. Jesse's had some little success with it.
Yeah, I used it for the campaign.
I don't know how to use it, so I really don't give a fuck. I don't even know how to watch it, so I don't have it anywhere on my phone or any of my devices. So it's one of those things. If it's gone, I wouldn't miss it. However, I'm pretty sure other people might feel differently. I don't share the same thoughts because I don't use it. But
yeah. Well, it's about time. Hopefully, the other ones will be next. Facebook, Instagram.
You use those though.
YouTube. But that doesn't negate the fact that they're all white supremacists, and they do this stuff to all black content creators.
Yeah, they do. Look what the fuck they doing to us.
Yeah.
Yep. So maybe to set a precedent, if it does get banned, since they're so concerned about the kids, but no, they're really concerned about the truth. Yeah, no, that's about the truth about a whole lot of shit that America's been running the same propaganda on for the past 20, 40 years. So,
Right, try 60.
Well, 60, yeah. 60 years, yeah.
Yeah.
So I got another video about TikTok. This
Right.
It's about the illegal immigrants using the squatter rights to exploit people.
Ooh.
Now, see, that takes a lot of goddamn nerve right there. Okay, so what somebody needs to do is just start bashing them motherfuckers up the head, Like one of them motherfuckers tried to press up on me in Denver. Man, you better get your ass the fuck away from me.
Right.
For real, Shabaki?
Flood the
Hell yeah.
place with these illegals.
On Colfax?
No, sir. It was where I was staying at. I go get me something, to munch on, motherfucker, panhandling. No, man, I ain't got it. Okay. Next morning when I wake up, this motherfucker's knocking on my hotel room talking about he got the wrong door. And I says, man, if you don't get your goddamn ass the fuck away from here, man, you're going to be needing an ambulance, man, in about 10 seconds.
Right.
Yeah, damn.
So what he did was, what had happened is that him and his partner, they came up to me with that bullshit, okay? One of them saw where I was staying at, casually went up there, and this is an individual that I don't know who it was, and went up there and told him where the fuck I was at. So this fool gonna come knock on the door again, fucked up, stanky, nasty, and all this shit. Well, man, I'm saying, man, get the fuck out of here. Well, man, no. You're gonna be seeing an ambulance in a minute. Get the fuck up out of here.
Hell no.
He got his ass the fuck on.
Wow.
So that's the kind of shit how they're gonna be coming at us. And then the goddamn city of Los Angeles talking about these motherfuckers could be lap dogs.
And then the state of Illinois, that old mammy judge that old Sambo appointed, talking about these motherfuckers can carry guns.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, ain't that a bitch? Yeah. Now that's a little bit too much.
But now we're going to give you an update on them trying to exploit the squatter rights in a lot of these sanctuary cities and states.
Oh, man. Tomorrow's city council, right?
Yep. Oh, now it's today. But
All right. So let's get to the reason why we are here. Now, this is Leonel Moreno, same guy that said he came here to take, and he's allergic to work. What do you mean work? He's not here to work. He's allergic to that.
God damn.
So he's now on TikTok. He does all of his, because he's from Venezuela, so all of his videos are in Spanish. And he is now advising illegal immigrants to invade American homes and invoke squatter rights,
come up in this bitch,
making it difficult for them to be removed from properties. So he is saying that
I wish a motherfucker
it's a common
would come
law
to my
principle
goddamn
that
store and
there
front
are
door with that
squatter rights
bullshit. They gonna be needing a fucking ambulance to get them up out of here.
Of these homes.
Look, I'm
So
Spanish, okay?
even if there is still a current owner, you can still be an occupant in that home without the owner's consent.
I speak Spanish, but once in a while, man, when it's fucking absolute.
So
just so you know, motherfuckers, I'm gonna say it in English. I'm gonna say it in Spanish. If you come up in my motherfucking house, I will kill you. You will die. Okay, so here now in Spanish. Y si te entras en pinche casa, te matas. Te vas a morir. Te lo juro. Por Dios. A mi sangre. That I promise on God and on my blood, I will kill you in this motherfucking house. Do not ever come up in it. That's a shit. Motherfuckers think they scared. Oh, cuz. And I'm a girl and I live by myself. Then I will beat the life out of you just because I get scared. Oh God! Just so you know, I just dusted out that fucking Spanish don't ever come out of my mouth. And I believe you came over here. You better learn English. I'm not gonna speak to you in Spanish. But oh my God, that's like my fourth.
So in other words, they giving these motherfuckers guns. They're allowing these motherfuckers to commit home invasion.
I will beat the fucking life out of you. Oh my God!
And they look at us like we are crazy because we want reparations.
Yep.
Reparations.
And now they want reparations.
These
That's gonna be our next topic. But let me finish this, y'all.
I gotta calm down. Oh my
Moreno alleged that he and his friends have already taken over 7 homes.
Wow.
Won't be mine.
And you know what Biden and the police department and ICE are going to do? Nothing. That's what they're going to do. So don't be surprised if you got vacant homes on your street. You suddenly will look up and see these illegals living and squatting in those homes.
Dude, we can't squat in these big vacant fucking.
So,
yeah.
Right.
So he said he's already taken over 7 homes. Argued only way for migrants to not live in the streets or be a public burden is to seize and invade abandoned properties. The now viral video, which has
the
been
solution
used
to that
4
is
million
that,
times,
is that
promoted
your shit right there.
outrage
You go in there,
from
you
many
beat the
social media
motherfucker's ass and you throw him the fuck out.
Some have claimed Moreno is promoting terrorism and are now calling the FBI and Department of Homeland Security to take action. They won't, y'all.
You can't have it.
They won't. They won't. Look, they won't get them out of here for committing crimes. They're not going to get them out of here for squatting.
Oh my God.
Look, they kicked cops in the head and they still didn't send those guys home.
Nope.
They were never sent anywhere. Nope. And even the one that took Laken Riley's life, that migrant is still in America. He has not been deported anywhere. So if you got someone that murdered someone and someone out here assaulting and pickpocketing and robbing and snatching iPhones and snatching purses, if they didn't get rid of them for that reason, they're not going to get rid of them for squatting. They're not going to do it.
You got to make an example out the
I feel
motherfucker.
sorry.
You break his goddamn neck. You send the son of a bitch to the hospital, if not to the fucking morgue, and watch how quick
anyway,
that catch
serial
on.
squatters are taking over homes. Helpless families booted out of their houses by crooks are desperately turning vigilante to reclaim their homes. Yes, there was one woman that physically, had to get physical to get squatters out of her house. She got arrested. Not the squatters, the homeowner.
I bailed that woman out.
Because she got physical with the people that were squatting in her home. She is a U.S. citizen, and this is what America did to her. So even
I don't give a good goddamn. $650 trillion in intangibles for the fucking descendant of slaves. Period. Everybody
not the squatter, you, the homeowner. You know, you got to understand the laws in America were written by criminals.
Yep.
That's why they're outrageous. Look at the sanctuary city laws, the policies they put in place. They can't send them back home. They, even if they commit crimes, they can't send them. Yeah, because the laws are being written by criminals, y'all.
Right.
That's what's happening in America.
I hope we get to speak tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, you had criminals come to the country, take over the country, and now the criminals are writing the laws. So it's outrageous. So now these illegals are looking around for these homes that are not occupied, and they are living in the homes. This already happened. He's talking about it now, but it done happened already. It's already begun.
Keep in mind that they organized doing this shit. If you notice,
they
they
live in
are
the suburb
organized.
of Columbus, Ohio, with his partner and their infant daughter, has amassed more than 501,000 followers on TikTok by creating videos targeting migrants. So he's teaching them how to come here and work the system, get money, get a free place to stay, and then start squatting and get all free health care and everything you can get your hands on, but don't work, because Moreno don't believe in working. He already said that before on my last live stream. Yeah, he don't believe in that. So the migrant influencer in a video posted 4 days ago is encouraging illegal immigrants to take over unoccupied homes. Moreno, speaking in his native Spanish, told his followers, "I found out there is a law that says if a house is not inhabited, we can seize it." He argued that the law applies to land invasion and said he thinks that will be the next business, invading abandoned houses. Invading. And people been saying that from the beginning. These are not just people crossing a border, they're invaders. And he's even using the term invade. They know what they're doing. But these mayors and governors and the president want to act all naive about this stuff.
Right. That's
like, oh, these people, they're just seeking asylum. Oh, they just want to come here and work. They work hard. They work hard. Yeah, I guess squatting is now working hard and doing what Moreno says. Just come here and work the system and get all the money you can and get free places to stay, a hotel and stuff. I guess that's working hard too. I guess he is working hard at being a criminal, if nothing else. He is working hard at that. So he argued that the law applies to land invasion and says he think it will be the next business, invading abandoned houses. After disclosing his next business venture, Moreno prompted the alleged successes of other migrants who had seized properties. Like I said, it's already happened. So he goes on to say, "My African friends have told me that they have already taken several homes. You have to look for the return, and the return right now is to invade a house." He further argued that squatting is the only way we have to not live in the streets and be a public burden.
Your motherfucking ass over here.
Moreno claimed that
Jesse,
he's arguing on social media that he needs to be charged with whatever crime because he don't care. He doesn't care if he's charged with any crime for squatting. He doesn't care. He said, go right ahead and charge me because he's going to keep right on doing it. And they don't do nothing anyway. You know, look at what's going on in New York. They apprehend them and in less than 24 hours, they're back on the streets. And see, they know it. They know they're not going to be apprehended for a long period of time. So what do? Let him out and he goes back to the home that he's squatting in? Pretty sure this is illegal. And I feel like he's encouraging others to engage in illegal activities, one TikToker user said. Another echoed, go get a job. Stop waiting for us taxpayers to support you. There is literally no law that says that, but go ahead and try, wrote another. So these are just comments, but at the end of the day, they're not going to do, I'm just telling y'all, they're not going to do nothing. They have gotten away with so much in this country that we in the Black community, we couldn't get rid of, we couldn't get away with even a fraction of people like Moreno and what they do on a regular basis. If we were out here shoplifting in stores, pickpocketing people, kicking cops in the head and doing even a fraction of what these illegals are doing, we would be in jail for decades. They would have us in there for the next 2-3 decades. And now I came to you yesterday saying federal judge Sharon Johnson Coleman, Obama pick, has said it's okay for them to carry, and they are covered under the Second Amendment.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
I'm waiting for them to take over a bank vault, y'all. I'm serious. I'm waiting for them to take over a bank vault. One day you're going to go to the bank to do a withdrawal and they're going to tell you the illegals have taken over the bank. I'm serious. At this point, I would not be shocked if it happened.
Hell no.
Yes, you really do. I have cameras around my house. And the good part is once you have a Ring phone camera, you can log in even if you're away from your home to see if there's any activity going on. And the moment you see anything strange, you can head back home and call the police. Because if you catch them when they're getting in your house to try to take it over, you can then get them for burglary, breaking and entering.
No,
but
what you do is,
out of luck, if you got a house just sitting there,
you go in and you kill the motherfucker and you leave them out there and put that on TikTok and watch how fast that shit'll cease.
You're going to have a harder time getting rid of them.
But motherfucking Migrant, home invasion. He's dead. Brains decorating the fucking wall. Watch how fast that shit
what's
cease.
going on at your house.
That
is the way to go.
Home invasion.
So the second you see anything or unusual activity, you can that can be reported as a break-in and you can do something about it.
Yes.
That's what I would recommend you do. And I know some of y'all got them big tough dogs at your house too. But I'm just saying you do what you can.
You're sleeping
at this
and you're
point.
talking.
And you're on the phone.
Today they're looking for vacant houses. Tomorrow they may be looking for houses that they just like and just conveniently sit around and wait for you to leave for work and then invade your house. So be careful.
Shabaka, what did you just say?
What I said is that what you do is you start killing these motherfuckers when they come home and invade. Put that on TikTok. Put that motherfucker right there talking that shit up there, talking about invading somebody's house. Put it on TikTok. He invades you, blow his goddamn brains out. You see what I'm saying? And I bet you that'll go viral.
Occurred that you did not see happen before. And this is one of those things now. These illegals taking over
And
homes.
this is why I cannot
And
stand y'all
now
some
they're trying to
bosses.
rack up several
Because your
homes, not
Uncle
just
Tim
one,
Scott,
for them to live in. They're
your
looking for
Karen
several
Bassett's,
homes.
your Brandon Johnsons, your Eric Adams will sit up there and scratch their ass when it don't inch, grin with nothing funny, go up there like Uncle Tim
You know, to be honest
Stymie
with you,
Scott
from what
and go
he's
tell the
saying, they go out in
goddamn
the
migrant
suburbs.
invading this
I
house,
don't think
throw
they're
him out.
going
Man, I
in
love
too
you.
many Black communities. I think they're looking for those suburban homes, you know, around where them folks live.
No,
That's what I
Mr.
think
Brad,
they're
they was
looking
doing that
for.
shit in Compton,
I don't
California,
think
and
they're
they were
looking
literally
for
throwing
no
black
city
people out of
home,
their
a row
houses,
home,
chasing them out
or
their
anything.
houses.
I don't
And
think
they
that's what they're looking
bombing
for.
them out of their houses.
Because from what he was
Yeah,
saying,
that
they
is
are
around
all out in the
2005,
suburbs nabbing these
2006.
houses.
Yep.
Literally going up into the black community, kicked in the front door,
You
and
know,
made black people leave their own fucking homes, leaving behind all their
Muna,
possessions.
I feel bad for those U.S. workers because
And the
from what I was
goddamn thing, the
reading
fucking LA County
in the
Sheriff's
articles,
Department
a
said is
lot.
that we couldn't do nothing for it.
Well, thank you, Lisa, for that awesome update. Shout out to the viewers. Appreciate y'all staying up late with us. All right, that's.
I just said what I thought about that. I'm not going for it.
Right.
That's all I gotta say about
Not
that.
at 60 goddamn years old, I ain't.
I will
I'm
find
not
the
going
energy
for it.
to get it. Just know that.
No, I'm not going for it. And then,
Sometimes
for all you black folk out there that's hating each other, you better start looking at each other. We need to start looking at each other because we all we got. Now it's down to the point we're going to have to start watching each other's back.
That's right, Smoke.
Yep.
We ain't got P. Diddy's money. We can't just bail on a Learjet like that.
Right. Right.
That motherfucker bailed. He ain't worried about shit.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
P. Diddy bailed.
Yep. Yep. I know I'm gonna get my little
P. Diddy got wind of that shit, and that motherfucker there probably wouldn't handle some banking business. And you see, they said he did it early in the morning.
Yep.
So he knew them motherfuckers was on their way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
somebody tipped them off.
Hey man, that's a good tip though. That motherfucker let
You saw what the fuck he did. He got his ass over there to the Van Nuys Airport. Notice he didn't go to LAX. He didn't go out there to the Hawthorne Airport. That motherfucker went to the Van Nuys Municipal Airport, which is a part of the Department of Airports for the city of Los Angeles. Now, get that. They have a city department called the Department of Airports, which includes Van Nuys Airport, the Ontario Airport out there going towards San Bernardino, LAX, and a little other raggedy ass municipal airport. I think they got, what was the name of that little motherfucker? Oh, shit. It ain't Marina Del Rey. Wait a minute. There's 4 airports they got for the Department of Airports. Yeah. 2 little municipal airports. That Van Nuys Airport is one of them. The Ontario, California Airport, okay, and Los Angeles International Airport.
Mm. Okay. Interesting. All right. So is that your final thoughts on this? It's illegal to it's a TikToker.
Hey, Jesse,
making
you
these
feel
videos.
the same way though. If somebody tried to break into your apartment, squatting it, push you out. I mean, what do you think about like just putting it in the perspective of like me and you? What do you think about that? Like this here, because it's like random over here.
This is not a house though.
No, but this is an apartment.
They're not talking about taking over apartments. They're talking about taking over
Yeah,
houses.
but this doesn't matter, Jesse. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
No, it
There's
doesn't.
a lot of abandoned houses in these cities.
Yeah, but listen. You're missing the boat.
That they could take over.
Listen.
They're not talking about squatting in apartments because they're talking about squatting in actual homes.
Squatting apartments all the time. Listen. Nobody sees me, so how do they know anybody's here?
Because they would know though.
How would they know?
Just know.
How would they know?
No, it's
Well,
like
first place,
or to you or not.
Okay, first place, people, you have to recognize something about these migrants. Okay, they're organized. We ain't. Them motherfuckers is organized. We ain't.
I feel for my safety. I don't care what it is. It could be an apartment. I live on a ground in a ground area. You know what I mean? It could be an apartment, it could be a house. It don't matter. Whatever window busts open the first time. It don't matter if they're that bold to take over a house. A small fucking little apartment start holding like what? Dude, we could easily fit 20 motherfuckers up in here. Easily.
Yeah, but they're talking about abandoned homes.
Yeah, but if nobody sees me because I'm sick, because how does anybody know I even live here? You see, the mailman doesn't even know I live here.
Yes, they do know.
No, he doesn't. He keeps leaving me mail. Fucking things that I don't live here.
He just dropped mail underneath the door.
He didn't. A neighbor did. Jesse, the mailman leaves a fucking note every time that says, hey, this address is vacant. So, how the fuck does anybody know I live here?
The neighbor does.
What neighbor?
Somebody just slipped your mail underneath the door earlier. Somebody knows you live here.
Because I left the fucking apartment to test drive the whip yesterday.
Somebody knows you live
my
here.
God, are you serious?
How they know to put the mail underneath the door? Come on.
I wouldn't know anybody lives here if I was just passing by. Carry on.
It's an apartment. It's not a house.
It
I'm
doesn't
talking about
matter.
taking over actual houses.
It's easier to take over an apartment than it is a house. Carry on.
All right.
Go ahead, Chewbacca. What were you saying about the migrants?
Oh, about the migrants? Motherfucker going in there, they organized and they're committing home invasions. They was doing the same shit in Compton, California about 10, 12 years ago. Literally going into the black community's houses, kicking in their front door, pulling weapons on them, telling them to get the fuck out.
They were firebombing their houses too.
Yeah, they were really doing that in Florida.
Mm-hmm. And these stupid ass motherfucking Negro ass leaders ain't sitting up there addressing that shit. Well, we want to integrate without overcome. Why do you think we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead? Wouldn't you honestly believe that a motherfucker who would sit up there would go for something that flagrant, and to the highest most of disrespect to sit up there and say that he's got a goddamn dream? Don't you think something is wrong with that motherfucker?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
To sit there and allow himself to be violated like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't see color. I love you, Master Trump. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. I got plenty love, nothing plenty for me. You the bow.
Damn.
That bullshit.
Nothing is funny for me.
Yeah.
That's a sad state of affairs, Bucky.
Sir. As we have stated, Brother Che, on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, we as the people are in a state of emergency.
Deacon's in the building.
Hey, Deacon.
Get that, Deacon.
Probably just woke up. You know, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning there.
You the bow, zippity doo dah, zippity day. I got nothing plenty for me. Hey, Mr. Migrant, invade my home. I sit down and say, I love you, bow.
Oh my gosh,
Bruh, I got to do that shit to quit from crying and getting mad. You see what I'm saying? You know, like that motherfucker try to pull that shit up on me and them, man, motherfucker, please.
Nigga, please.
He followed me to my goddamn door. He had a motherfucker watching me, call him on a cell phone, telling him what fucking room I in. He coming up there, oh man, you know, man, get your ass the fuck up out of here.
Right.
When the cold part about it is that these black ass politicians see this, okay, and you know, and they're so hung up want to hate on us. You see what I mean? And that goes to show, man, you know, Ramel was right.
Yep.
Yep.
We went 150 years, Black family, deeper into slavery. See, so this is why I fought guys like Jeff Fark, who's going to sit up there, oh, we got to be all inclusive and all that. But look what's happening, you stupid motherfucker.
Right.
That's the smoke screen they're coming to you with.
Mm-hmm.
We shall overcome.
Racist and white supremacy.
Yeah, and even Dr. King said before he was murdered that he led our people into a burning house with integration, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is it.
Yep, that's right, Shabaki. All right, so I'm gonna move us along, y'all, because it's getting kind of late. So the next topic is: should Black people support Hispanic reparations in Los Angeles?
Fuck no.
Hell, motherfucking no.
I concur. So, Professor Blacc,
If you're not already subscribed to
update on this, see shenanigans right here.
this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. Your world, aka Mr. Harvey, has a saying: America was founded by thieves, slaves, and opportunists, and it's easy to guess which is which. Everyone who came to the United States by choice, they did not come here simply because it was an act of conscience. They came because they thought they saw a chance for a quick and easy come up. Especially those who came from Europe. They had been told that there was a place where the principle had been established that whiteness would have tangible benefits. They didn't care if they had to cross the oceans, and they did. Didn't matter if they showed up without a penny to their name. Whiteness gave tangible benefits simply because you'd be given free land, other people's land. You would also have free status. It was a whole different ballgame, but we have to be honest about the fact that the same devil's bargain was also extended to other people. Groups who today are classified as people of color. There have been many of those who also showed up to see what opportunities they could get. And the society also gave them a number of tangible benefits, not as much as it gave to those who were classified as white, but as long as you weren't Black, specifically didn't come here on those slave ships, well, there was going to be some measures of goodies, giveaways, and guarantees that would also be doled out. Now, we also have to make sure that we state for the record that there are a lot of places around the world that have practiced anti-Black racism. Sure, it is most virulent and violent in the United States, but the U.S. hardly has a monopoly on anti-Black racism. In fact, when you look at those countries south of the border, Latin America, you find that there is anti-Black racism there. And a lot of the people who come to the United States bring those same racist traditions from down there up here. Now, I say all that because I think it's important that we lay the proper groundwork and have the right context for the heart of this evening's Sunday address. I posted for you on Twitter about an incident that had happened on last Friday in which you had State Assembly member of California, a woman by the name of Wendy Carrillo. And she's claiming that back in the 1950s in Los Angeles, you had this Mexican-American enclave in the area now known as Chavez Ravine, in which the city wanted to develop it differently. So the city used eminent domain in order to pay these people off and move them on so that they could make way for low-income housing. Now, apparently that project never moved forward, and so the voters eventually authorized a bill to sell the land to the Los Angeles Dodgers. And now Dodger Stadium sits where this Mexican-American enclave used to be. Now, the thing is, because of eminent domain, what that means is they got paid for that land. But apparently, this Carrillo woman's gripe is that it wasn't enough. So she's introduced legislation to the California legislature that, if passed, would not only provide reparations for the family members of those people who got moved out, and it would also authorize the construction of 3 community centers, as well as the building of a monument acknowledging the history of Chavez Ravine. This is what happened on Friday. You didn't hear all that much about it, but I think you'll be hearing about it more as the months pass on. Now, this obviously is somebody who is trying to piggyback on what they have seen Black Americans doing in California, as everybody looks and says, well, if Black people are getting something, then everybody else needs to get more. Now, what needs to be known is this woman is talking about money. She says we are proposing various forms of compensation, including offering city-owned real estate comparable to the original Chavez Ravine landowners and providing fair market value compensation adjusted for inflation. You hear that? This woman's saying land, and most of all, she's saying money. That's important because we got some people who apparently don't understand what real reparations are. Apparently the Hispanics do, though. These Hispanic lawmakers, they're not asking for housing vouchers or for a little bit of money to go for some Latino colleges and universities, not that they have any. They're demanding money. And along with that, land. See, they didn't just demand land alone. They demanded money. Because without money, they'll wind up like the inheritors of Bruce's Beach, having to sell the land right back because they lack the means to develop it. So all the people who keep acting like trained parrots and saying, "Nah, man, we need land for reparations, man. Money ain't worth nothing, man. That dollar could lose all its value overnight. Land is where it's at, man." First of all, if the money does lose all of its value, how are you or anyone else going to live? Notice how you never see real estate moguls accepting land as payment. They want money. Secondly, crackhead talk like that sounds good to the ignorant, but for people who actually deal in the real world, we know how it actually works, and these Hispanics are showing you they know how it works too. Land is fine. There's nothing wrong with land. But Bruce's Beach should have taught everybody that it's a little bit more complicated than just getting some land. Other than as a place to live, land is useless if you don't have the means to develop it. Develop it means everything from using it for farmland to actually putting buildings on top of it. That's the point of actually having land, so that you can turn it into something that generates a revenue stream for you. But keep in mind, land is zoned. And if you live in an area where white zoning boards have decided that your land can't be developed or that it can only be developed for specific things, then you'll find yourself with land that you can't do anything with. If you want to try to build some sort of community center on some land that you got, or you want to try to build some condominiums, but the zoning board has only zoned it for single family dwellings, you're not going to be developing anything. See how that works? You'll find yourself with land that you can't do anything with. And then how will you be able to hold on to it? Let's put property taxes aside. Without money, how can you make the land become a source of revenue for you? You don't have land as a vanity project. You have it because the land generates revenue. That's what makes land valuable. It's amazing how many black people want to talk about reparations. They don't understand that pig's simple reality.
Right.
But this is what's going on in California right now. Okay? And of course, before we go any farther, I think it also needs to be noted, you notice how this legislation went straight from one of these little activist groups directly to a California state lawmaker. See, they didn't have any situation where they're going, well, maybe there's somebody who might be able to look at it. We don't know about actually bringing this to a floor for a vote. No. They're sitting here going, let's go straight to the legislature with this. And notice how they're not talking about forming any study groups. See, with black people, they come up to us and, well, there needs to be a study group. There needs to be a study group. What they're saying is they need to have a framework for reparations. They're not sitting here saying, well, there needs to be a study group. Let's go ahead and have a study group. Let's look at it and let's study it. Let's study it. Now, they ain't saying study anything. Studying is for school. As far as they're concerned, give us the money. Notice that? So when they keep coming up to black people talking about, well, we'll have a vote on whether or not we will decide if there should be a study group or not. That's stuff that they only do with black people. With everybody else, it's okay, well, how about this framework? How are we going to dole out this money? What's the apparatus that's going to be used? They ain't saying a word about studying. So for the black folks out there who go, this is part of the process now. Part of the process. No, that's part of the process with black people. With everybody else, here's the check. Here's the money. That's how you know this is racial, but it's only against black people. Now, before we go any farther, let's go ahead and get the most obvious thing out of the way. Some people will try to say that there's a comparison between this claim by this Carrillo woman and what black Americans, the foundational black Americans, the descendants of American slaves reparations claim. There's no comparison. They're complaining about land that they were paid for. Their complaint is that the money they were paid wasn't enough. We're making a reparations claim because we were never paid at all.
Right.
What comparison is there? Secondly, those areas were not entirely Mexican American. Even the white media articles admit that. But this Carrillo woman, she doesn't admit it at all. This was not something being done to them. They were simply in a location the city wanted. Wrong place, wrong time. That's the reason why it didn't happen to them over and over and over again like it keeps happening to us. You compare what happened here with the experience of Black Los Angelinos, huh? Only Black Americans were made slaves, no one else. And that slavery was also forced on every successive generation afterwards. You weren't just enslaved for a year or two and then let go. It wasn't something that only happened to you once in your life, but the other 77 years or so were just fine. Not to put too fine a point on it, but what this woman Carrillo is talking about, this is not a reparations claim. It's a real estate dispute. They're using the word reparations because everyone wants to piggyback off the momentum of our fight for true reparations. But what's happening here, if you try to make a comparison, that's where you're going to get maximum pushback from me. No, this is opportunism, plain and simple, compared to what it is that we're demanding. So as far as I'm concerned, there is no comparison. Also, when you have these migrants from Mexico or anywhere else who chose to come to the United States, especially in the 1950s, what, they didn't hear about the lynchings? Oh, that's right, that was happening only to Black people. But what, they didn't hear about all of the racism going on in the US in the 1950s? Of course they heard about it. Of course they knew. They knew exactly how racist the United States is, and they still kept coming anyway. You want to know why? That was up until about the late 1960s, Hispanics were officially classified as white. They only lost their white designation with President Nixon because too many brown-skinned people came into the US. And of course, these white supremacists here, they would go ahead and play along with the game for a little while. But when they start seeing too many folks show up, it's like, oh, okay, we're going to have to go ahead and draw the line somewhere, which they did. And by the way, you have a lot of those folks still trying to get their white designation back. On driver's licenses, many, if not most, identify as white. Same thing with job applications, school applications, whole 9 yards. There are a lot who try to live their entire lives identifying as white, regardless of the fact that the dominant society says, no, you ain't white. So this Carrillo woman and the others who are supporting her, you notice how it is that they're doing this and nobody is paying any sort of tribute or respect to what Black people are doing. She does not link this in any way to what it is that Black Americans are doing out there in California, even though it was the movement that Black people started out there and nationwide, shout out to Brother Tariq, that made it where she's looking and going, well, I think I see a space for us on this. You did not see her saying, hey, reparations for Black Los Angelinos, for Black Californians, it's an idea whose time has come. She gave no support to that. As far as she's concerned, hey, I'll go ahead and use what they're doing to see if I can benefit myself, but I'm not even going to say a thank you to them. And that's the reason for this evening's address. Ms. Carrillo and her friends, they're demanding more money from the Dodgers Stadium land sale, and they're staying on code about it. They have made it very clear they're not going to mention anyone else, even though the white media points out in passing that the area there was not entirely Mexican-American. There were other folks there too. How much you want to bet that a lot of them were Black? But you didn't hear Assemblywoman Carrillo mention any of them. She didn't mention any of them at all. There were far more people impacted by this than just Hispanics. But this woman, she's not mentioning any of them, and that's deliberate. She's trying to set a tone right off the bat. This is only going to go to one group, and she's not watering down her demands or diluting it or including anyone else. And if this sounds familiar to you, it should. You had that scandal on the Los Angeles City Council where Nuri Martinez, along with a union representative and others, all of these people sitting here saying they wanted to make sure that the city only did things for Hispanics and the Black people had gotten too much or didn't deserve to have anything. And you had a lot of people who were going out of their way to try to make some sort of kumbaya moment out of the aftermath of that. But only the Black media reminded you, hold on, as ugly as what Nuri Martinez and others were doing, keep in mind it was part of an overall attitude. This is part of what you see also in Latin America. And that being the case, it has to be part of the discussion. It's important. This woman tries to frame it as if, oh, she's talking about just an area where this happened, but she's doing the same thing that Nuri Martinez did. She's talking about an area that even the white media has to admit was multiracial, but she makes sure that the words she uses and who she positions herself with, they make sure that they got a whole bunch of Spanish language back there, making it clear she's speaking for Hispanic residents and no one else. And this is the reason why the Black media, those of us who work in the grassroots, we were talking about how you had all these people who consider themselves to be intersectionalists who managed to slither their way into our reparations discussion, and they make it a point to mention any and everyone else because they want to get attention from other people. They want to get affection from other people. But it's never reciprocal. Everyone has benefited from the struggles that we've waged. Every other group has enjoyed success because of the trails we blazed. Everyone tries to imitate us because we're the only ones who have stood and fought. We are the only ones who have provided a consistent centuries-long model for standing up to white supremacy and standing on your own 2 feet as you are. Everybody else tries to be either model minorities or they otherwise try to make themselves as white adjacent, and it doesn't work. So eventually, inevitably, when white supremacy reminds them of who they really are, decides it doesn't want to play nice, then all of a sudden everybody tries to look to us and say, hey, we're all in this together. But afterwards, everyone turns up their noses at us. We have had all these people the last few years sitting in on slavery reparations discussions groups. In fact, you've had Black people on these reparations studies groups, and they were advocating reparations for everyone. They went out of their way to elbow us aside and say, this is bigger than just slavery. What about everyone else? And they start talking all of that faux socialist pap, class struggle, race is a social construct. We have to deal with the actual structure of the system. It's actually about class. You still have some fools running around the 21st century talking like that. It just goes to show they haven't updated their book. They haven't updated any of their talking points. Still repeating the same gibberish that they were back in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. You know, H. Rap Brown said it best. The idea that our problem is class struggle, that is a delusion that Black people cannot afford. And yet you got some fools still doing that mess. Now, here's my question. Those of you who were talking like that or otherwise giving your support to that kind of talk, okay, here's my question. If this Hispanic reparations claim moves forward, does anyone want to bet on whether they'll have Latinos in their meetings saying that Black people need to be included too? Do you truly believe that when the white media says, well, that area out there, it was largely Mexican-American, but not just, you think they're talking about just white people or something? No, talking about Black folks too, but you're not going to hear this Carilla woman talking about Black people. Will they have anyone saying, hey, it's about racism in general. We have to include the Blacks too. We need a coalition. We need allies. We can't just have it about us. We got to make sure everyone's included. We don't want to discriminate. Is that what they're going to say? Yeah. Will they even mention Black people at all? Will they even mention Afro-Latinos? No. This is important because you've had a lot of Black folks who have made it a point that when it comes time to talk about slavery reparations, they immediately want to try to enlarge it, magnify it, and turn it into something else. So, well, we got to make it about more than just slavery. Is that what you see this Carilla woman doing? No. Or do you think they're going to make sure the conversation is specifically about them? They're going to keep it focused on them. They'll make sure not to discuss anyone else because we know that when other groups make a demand, they don't get the kind of pushback we get. No. In fact, when we get pushback, it comes from the groups who we also see saying that they've been done wrong in the past. And by the way, before we go any farther, let me go ahead and mention something that a lot of people probably haven't thought of. This little reparations claim that's going on in Los Angeles, it's about land that they were not paid what they wanted to be paid for it. But I think that right now what you're seeing is actually the thin end of the wedge. Do not be surprised when, not if, when these same individuals that you're seeing, they're going to be demanding reparations on the basis that Hispanics in California in general are owed for the land because it used to belong to Mexico, and expect to see that brought up. Expect to see that said, because it's going to be. Today it's going to be about something in the 1950s, but they're going to be backtracking to that. It's not going to stop there. So before it's all said and done, you will see legislation being proposed in California that says the Hispanics in general who are in the state, they're owed something, even if their families never lived in California, and the vast majority of them didn't. Most of them, their families have been in Mexico since time immemorial, hadn't set foot in the United States till the 20th century. Nobody that they knew had either. But when it comes time to talk about there needs to be some sort of compensation for La Reconquista or what have you, expect for them to be saying that everybody who's there, why, we had been in Mexico but got pushed out. That's not what actually happened, but that's what they're going to be claiming. Expect to see that before it's all said and done. Notice how the white right, like Douglas Murray and others, they aren't losing their minds over this Carilla woman's suggestion. They decry illegal immigration, but you think their heads will be exploding over this proposal, but they're not. And the white media is not calling it controversial either. They're not using the kind of disparaging language that they always use whenever Black people are making a demand. And something else to consider, don't expect to see La Raza or Voto Latino or any other Hispanic race pride organization writing any letters or making any statements saying that they don't want cash reparations or cash reparations would be a bad thing. They're going to be on code because they don't have a bunch of bought and paid for sellouts who white supremacy planted among them like it did the Black community. They don't have this phalanx of ready-made sellouts who the white media will readily give airtime to so they can fight against our interest. Carrillo's bill says that the city of Los Angeles would be responsible for paying these reparations. Now, I think that we should weigh in on that and object to our tax money going to pay people twice for land that they've already been paid for the first time.
That's right.
You don't see any of the Dodger Stadium people saying that black folks have been forced off our land in Los Angeles anywhere. You have a bunch of black neighborhoods in Los Angeles that no longer exist. They got appropriated through eminent domain, had highways run through them, gentrified out of existence. Black population was ethnically cleansed and replaced with a non-black population. Many of them, people who Carrillo would know very well. No, Carrillo and her pals, they're advocating for themselves. But then everyone else has always done that, except for black people. We're the only ones who decide that we're going to be mouthpieces for everyone but ourselves, which is why it's not some victimless crime when you have some wannabe socialists talking about class struggle and acting like they're advocating for everyone else, when in reality, they're just hoping to get sexual access. And yes, it must be said that a number of the people who we see talking like that are also immigrants themselves. A lot of these people who you find out that they are at most second generation. So in their minds, they've got more in common with immigrants from south of the border than they do with us. So they don't have a problem with saying, oh, you need to include everyone else. Yeah, because they know that slavery reparations doesn't include them. So as far as they're concerned, let's make it about race. Let's not. Let's make it about the greatest crime in human history.
Right.
It is not us being mean-spirited or divisive when we say that everyone will have to be their own advocate and that we're not putting on the cape for anyone else. We are speaking up for ourselves alone because nobody else does. Nobody else speaks up for us at all. See, white supremacy believes in taking both sides of the discussion. Thank you, Neely Fuller. And those who seek to find a comfortable place under white supremacy, they do the same. Everyone will see our struggle. They'll see us fighting for freedom, fighting for justice, but they'll then sit back and wait to see how it turns out. Now, if white supremacy successfully fends off our latest onslaught for justice, then these other groups will go ahead, smile, make nice with the dominant society, and then try to shame us and wag their finger at us. See, you Negroes, you people just don't understand society. But if, on the other hand, we make some progress and we start making changes, if we successfully push our demands, then suddenly these other groups start to remember, hey, we're people of color. And that's where the opportunism that I mentioned earlier comes into play. So this is what's going on in California right now. And as I said before, as goes California, so goes the nation. Expect to see similar statements made by Hispanic lawmakers in Texas, probably in Florida, if DeSantis hasn't gotten them sufficiently intimidated, that is. But they're also going to be saying it probably in New York. You'll have Puerto Ricans saying similar things. But my question is whether or not the people who are out there deciding that they were going to advocate for everybody else, now that you've seen that when it comes time for other groups to advocate for themselves, they don't mention black people at all, are these people going to step forward now and say, you know what, I was talking like that, and it turns out that I was wrong. Okay, we understand why it was that you took the stance you were taking. Man, we really were wrong. Are they going to be saying that? Of course not, because they also are opportunists. Except the opportunity they want is not for black empowerment, but rather for sexual access with anyone who isn't black. They can go ahead and pursue that. But I think as we're seeing in California, they're going to find out soon enough, they're going to be in bed alone.
All real brothers side.
Good evening and be one.
Real brother in here.
I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Wally Bilal, Jimmy Whitfield, Donna Cooks, Darren Nooks, and Jason Anderson. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message.
And make sure y'all do the same for Frontline Black News.
Exactly. Now, on that right there, what the professor just spoke, okay, he is absolutely correct. Okay. And then Chavez Ravine, okay, Lady Ch, I need your memory. Okay, it's off the 110. Dodger Stadium is off the 110 before you get into downtown Los Angeles when you're coming out of Northeast Division, the Lapdogs. Okay, now guess what else is right there by Dodger Stadium in Elysian Park? The Los Angeles Police Department Training Academy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, keep that in mind. You see what I mean? So the professor said everything about that day, the professor said was the truth. Okay. Number one. Two is like we have said, is that these kumbaya ass scratching Negroes in Los Angeles, like Uncle Tom Bradley, Karen Bass, what other house nigga you had over there? Larry Elders, Neil Terrell. Okay, wait a minute. And then shit, there was this other one who was the coon of coons for real.
Oh, wait.
Okay, I'm trying to remember. Oh, Dave Cunningham. He was a damn LA City councilman. And that motherfucker stayed drunk as hell. I know that. Now, but you did have an LA councilman, and you might remember this name, Lady Che, by the name of Gilbert Lindsay. Okay? Now, Gilbert Lindsay, you know, he had been a councilman in the city of Los Angeles, representing South Central, man, from about the mid-1950s up to, I believe, the early 1980s. And I think he had transitioned as a councilman for the city of Los Angeles. Yeah, you can Google him, Brother Che.
He said he's a white guy, but based off what he's saying, he seemed like he's Jim Brown type.
Who's a white guy?
He said, I'm a white guy, but I like what he's saying. I mean, the Professor Black Truth, or you, Shabaka. I hear so much F white people stuff from people. We like we ain't all Americans. We're supposed to work.
Man, I'm not no goddamn American motherfucker. I'm a descendant of slaves. I'm a diasporic African. Fuck you and your goddamn American. Go piss on your goddamn flag. Look at this stupid, sick ass motherfucker. The dump as inhuman shit. Now that's an American, man. Fuck him, man. Cut the goddamn check. $750 trillion in goddamn tangibles. Period.
We built America. There'll be no America.
We can't apologize for our testing.
Shit, fuck him.
I don't think he meant it like that, Shabaka, but okay.
This is what happens up for Live Black News.
So yeah, fuck them. They're not getting reparations. Our peoples in Cali, y'all need to make sure
that's right, Shabaka.
That they do not get compensated again.
Well, real, what is his name? What's his name?
Real brother GGALLIN.
Sir, you know, we got like a 30-minute or less Child of God Act over here. So, you know, we don't believe anything that comes out of anybody's mouth, especially when we be testing them all the time. And we've been known to have the Caucasian persuasion.
We don't work together. Nobody get anything.
We ain't got shit.
Bullshit. Every motherfucker who's working for himself is getting some. Look at these goddamn migrants. Look how them motherfuckers are working together amongst themselves. They so goddamn bold, they going in there taking a motherfucker's house.
What have we gotten from working together, though? We haven't got nothing from working together.
You ain't gonna get nothing. It's bullshit. They pissing in our heads telling us it's rain.
That's right.
They've
been telling us that bullshit for the last 50 goddamn years, and look how worse and worse that we get off. But one thing though, P. Diddy bailed like a motherfucker though.
I think black people have earned the respect of all around society for fucking 500 years. We built this motherfucker. Right. But what have we got from working with the Caucasian persuasion?
Oh shit, we got True Seeker in the building.
Nothing. We haven't got nothing from working together. Benign neglect, got paid, murdered, killed, incarcerated, shamed, tokenized. I just stop me anytime now. Separated from our mates and our children. What have we really gotten? What have we gotten for working with?
How are we all in this together?
Your government has held reign over us, and every time we've gotten anywhere ahead, the dominant society has managed
The
to
only
take us
time we
down
all in this together is when something affects
when it
them.
affects you.
And we all
Yeah, that's the point.
White lives matter
Right
all day.
there, Lady Che and Brother Che. That's the point right there. No, we ain't. We have to do something for ourselves. You see what I'm saying? The X-Man told you this. HP told you this. Marcus Garvey told us this over 100 years ago. You see what I mean?
Poison.
And then even Martin Luther King had realized this, but shortly before he was murdered, when he said that he led our people into the burning house of integration, and this is the results of his integration that you see, where the goddamn migrants come over here, storm the black community, and squat in the motherfucking house, and they coming up there with weapons. And we sit there, kumbaya, my love, kumbaya. That bullshit is over with.
Been over with.
What is this, Truth Seeker?
Truth Seeker said resign, Mike Johnson.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
That's
And not
over
only should Mike Johnson resign, they need to throw that motherfucker criminally in jail for jeopardizing the general public in Denver.
That's a perfect segue.
Goddamn motherfucking snow.
Segue to
With a motherfucking blizzard and shit. I'm mad at the motherfucker.
That's a perfect segue to our next topic, Shabaki, and that's where you were born and where I was conceived, and that is Chicago. And the residents go off on Brandon Johnson over illegals trashing Gage Park.
Okay, so for all those crews right there in Chicago, over there on the south side and west side, gentlemen, there's the work for you.
What are you talking about, Truth Seeker?
Are you talking about over there about Cable Land?
No, first of all, let's get it right, because I thought Jesse was going to lead into
That's
actual
Caro.
Denver news, but he wants to stay in Chicago.
No, I had to get to Chicago.
God damn, man. Can we ever get to Denver?
Yeah, after Chicago. So Chicago citizens go off on Brandon Johnson, and rightfully so, over the illegals trashing Gage Park.
Oh, that's important.
Right.
It's important. That's why it's top of the list.
And then
It's like, can we get this evening
keep
over?
in mind is that you have a larger black
It's
population.
insane how that whole mattress fits in that small little box. At one point, we actually went.
City of where the southern people escaping the Jim Crow South went to due north. Chicago,
Unleash the
Detroit,
power of
Buffalo,
knowledge
New
and
York,
connect with the
Milwaukee.
heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Google Play and Apple App Store. Stay informed with authentic.
Good old Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago has decided to concentrate his efforts on anti-violence in 4 neighborhoods that are concentrated of 10 blocks. Now, this is partially.
Hold on, so he said, so you don't want white people to fight you?
Fight me? Shit, I wish a motherfucker would.
I'm not sure I understand how that will help.
Look, white people ain't did shit for us anyway.
The only white people we want around us, if any,
And none.
is John Brown.
The
types.
motherfucker, yeah, John Brown types and the ones cutting a goddamn check for $800 trillion in fucking tangible.
That's right.
The only white boy, John Oliver and the dude at City Council, my favorite, Robert Bailey. Those are the only 2 white boys I want around. Like, period.
The only ones I want around is the John Brown types.
Yeah, I'm like, I mean, you gotta really be, you're really serious. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
the John Brown types, hold on, and then there was another one too there.
I like
too,
John Oliver. It makes me laugh.
Brother Chad. Okay, I'm trying to remember his name, man. I'm going to try to research him because there was another white guy like John Brown who did advocate that black people should arm themselves to protect themselves. I know John Brown was with that, but there was another dude too.
It was going to be a civil war regardless.
Yeah, it was. And then on top of it, the motherfucking white folks who died in the Civil War, they were obeying orders because Lincoln did not give a good goddamn about black slaves. Lincoln did not want to split the Union up. All what the goddamn Civil War was an agricultural economy versus an industrial economy. So, you know, you guys, that shit there is old, dude. You know what I'm saying? It's about us becoming self-sufficient. It's about us grouping together with our people in the Pan-African movement in the diaspora. They got to get on code too on the continent. You see what I'm saying? That's what it is about. It didn't work. You said, what now?
To hell with a conversation, cut the goddamn check. That's the only thing we have to discuss.
Yeah, that's it. And it's $800 trillion in fucking tangible.
Reparations claim forward, so you got
$800 trillion fucking dollars.
Okay,
thanks for the sentiment, but it's not. You know, it's just another.
We'll pass.
Savior shit.
But
savior complex, man, I'll give up. Hell no.
Let's let Demetria give us this update on Brandon Johnson.
What he said. We know what creates violence in neighborhoods. It is the lack of job opportunities. It's disengagement, disengagement from school or access to alternate pathways to careers. It's disengagement from housing, and you have housing.
No. That worked for us. Self-isolation. Yeah, we created very successful societies. It didn't work for y'all, though. And that's the problem for y'all. Y'all tried to set up your own colonies. Y'all failed time and time again. In the new world, y'all had to get to the point where you had to eat each other and sew yourselves up in bodysuits to get to the winter.
So yeah, tell them to check out Donner Pass where they resulted to cannibalism in 1847.
It said it creates racial tests, one drop rule. Who came up with all that? It creates. Your people created that. It creates people that look like you created race and the one drop rule and rip families apart. They've been doing that to us for centuries.
Right.
That's nothing.
Not to mention the brutalization and the brutalization of the plantation system. With Good Friday up there molesting and raping for 13, 14-year-old black girls.
That's the modern
calling them bed wenches.
Right.
Yeah.
And you look at a raggedy ass tramp like Candace Owens, you call that bullshit progress.
I'm about to go on.
That is counter progress.
Tell about the emasculation of the black men. It's all from them too.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that too. That's a good point you brought there too, lady.
Modern day buck break.
Yeah,
that's all it is. When you see motherfuckers like Joshua shoving ketchup up his ass, talking about he's having a menstrual cycle, okay, that is an insult to womanhood.
Right.
Yep, 38 years ago, 39 years ago, y'all are the ones who created that gay manifesto. And we're so adamant about pushing it on the black man.
Oh, it's almost 49. Almost 50 years. Almost 50. No, it's over 50 years.
50 years. 52 years.
39.
No, since 73.
1974 was 50 years ago. Okay. It was 1972, so that there is 52 years ago.
52 years, y'all been trying to emasculate.
Yes, man, because 50 years ago, they had just signed a fight for the Rumble in the Jungle in Zaire.
Yep.
I remember that very well.
Yep. Right, man, we can go on about
instability and, of course, storefront vacancies and other disparities. He also said this. All four of the neighborhoods, Inglewood, West Garfield Park, Austin, and Little Village, have suffered from decades of disinvestment.
Oh, here we go with this. Get over the past bullshit. Look, we all recognize that the past was bad. No one's going to argue that, but don't make the same mistake. What? Why don't you give back what your people stole? How about that? Then we can move on from the past. Y'all always so quick to tell us to move on from something.
Kumbaya, my lord.
So, that when we get our reparations. Yeah, we can do that when we get our reparations. How old are y'all? We're anywhere from 65 to 35. That's how old we are.
You just around just
Yeah, you mine,
Ask him how old he is.
Don't have no future. Well, we gotta focus on the future. Yeah, y'all definitely gotta focus on the future because y'all dying now. Y'all have minus birth rate, so yeah, y'all definitely gotta focus on the future.
How old is that? How old is this person? Ask him how old he is.
He said he's 46.
Okay, he don't know nothing. Okay, this is because I'm talking about shit that I've lived through, Mr. 46 years old. Okay, so which means, Mr. 46, you were born 1970. Wait a minute, Mr. 46 was born 1978.
78, yeah.
Okay.
Get up for me, sir.
All right. Now, Mr. 46, okay, I had just entered college in that year. And the year there, it was born in
77.
In 1977.
So
I remember 1977 very well. Okay. So therefore, Mr. 1977, what it is that you are willfully and have been taught to willfully ignore hard burden facts. Okay. Segregation and slavery and Jim Crowism, man. No, man. That shit was hell. Read up on him and chill. Look at how they used to take black men and castrate them and lynch them and barbecue them for recreation. What do you think?
Somehow get on, move along.
Look at the police killings of black people. Okay, Mr. 77, go research a book called about the Black Panther Party. Check out point number 7. And say, no, Kumbaya is over. Look at 1992 Los Angeles.
Yeah, we ain't holding no hand.
No, we can't all just get along. You can give us our guys.
1977. What you have to realize, Mr. 77, that they're the ass scratcher and the gossip balls.
Geography plays a lot into it on Northeast. You had slavery in the Northeast first. Like, what are you talking about? The Northeast has slavery too. In fact, they have some colonies and plantations in the country.
Yeah, they own niggas in New Jersey and Philadelphia and New York. Yeah, they did that in the late, all the way up to the late 1790s.
My favorite part, family.
So the North ain't don't get no pass.
Presidents there, Mr. 1977, Washington, Jefferson, all those raping slave trade pedophiles.
He's an immigrant then. So where's your people immigrate from, real brother? TTAL. And then when they came, did they come through Ellis Island or did they come through Brooklyn? Okay, so you're people from Germany. All right, so did they come through Ellis Island or did they come through Brooklyn?
Now ask him about the Berlin Conference of 1888, since he's from Germany. Ask him about the Berlin Conference of 1888.
Okay, so he said Chicago. So give him the history on Chicago.
Chicago was founded by a black man off the shores of Lake Michigan. He opened up a trading post. But in 1794, I believe, by the name of Jean Ponte Baptiste du Sable. So which means is that he was slaves of the French. All that area that you see from the Great Lakes, from Chicago, going all down there to New Orleans, Louisiana, is what they call the Louisiana Purchase.
Oh, so you know. So then you're a Cheddar Anchor baby too. Oh shit! So he's another Joe Gibson.
Oh Lord. Yeah, well, we definitely can't listen to you about this.
Well, we're gonna let them. Nope.
Not for the sweat.
So you don't really have no say on our reparations any damn way.
Well,
right.
You basically came. Your people came over here to get free goodies and giveaways just like the rest.
That's it.
So his people came through Ellis Island. Our people didn't. Our people came through the slave ports in New Orleans, Mobile, Alabama, Charleston, South Carolina, Annapolis, Maryland.
Exactly. Your people came and got it off the backs of black people. So we're good on that. Thanks for
He said,
giving us some insight.
yeah, they were broke, but they had $1 million worth of whiteness, so they weren't broke.
See, what do we say? 30 minutes or less. It starts the show. 30 minutes or less. 30 minutes or less.
Well, you need to do more. You need to do more research on it.
You are not an ally.
He said he don't know much about it. I bet you don't. It's definitely showing. So yeah, definitely do the research on it.
Well, tell dude if he sticks with us and check out Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced at 516-418-5996 on our next podcast. He will get educated, okay?
No, we're not educated.
He will do. I'm telling him he's off the hook now.
I just cared about now. Oh, I bet you do just care about now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Just care about now. Okay, well, see, here's what the problem is, homie. We care about now too, but the difference is that we are looking back in the past so we don't repeat the same fucking mistakes. You see?
Raise our children.
That's how we care about now.
Right.
Oh God.
He said thanks for taking the time to talk to him, and he says thanks. All right, well, we're gonna let the video play.
Investment and neglect leading to joblessness and despair, fueling a cycle of violence that has made them some of the most violent places in Chicago. He goes on to say, it's high time for the city to directly address the racial and social economic disparities that contribute to the violence on Chicago's west and south side. Why is it important now, Brandon Johnson? Why now? Because you knew that when you went into office, you knew all of those things were going on. You knew youth unemployment was high. You knew the crime rate was high. You knew the murder rate was high. You knew a lot of things were going on there, but yet you decided to help the migrants first. You decided to give them money and put them up in, accommodations and a whole host of things, right? You didn't want them sleeping on the streets because it was cold and all that other stuff, although it was, a lot of Black people sleeping on the streets, but you made sure you looked out for the migrants. And then Black people started to say stuff like, we are flipping Chicago red. The Democrats are done here, right? They started to organize and wake up against what you and the other Democrats are doing. And so we also heard about that little time off that you had, and I'm not trying to be funny about that, but we heard about the time off that you had to take because it sounds like it was all a lot for you. Then you came back and you admonished people for wanting you to do too much. When they asked you, hey, what about us? You said, well, I have a Black wife and Black children that have soccer practices. I have a life too, right? It's like when you knew the job was dangerous before you took it.
Exactly.
You knew that becoming the mayor of a major metropolitan city wasn't going to have you just clocking in from 9 to 5 and be like, all right, I'll be back. You knew you was going to have to take some of that work home, especially when you neglected a lot of the residents, which were Black. You knew that. And so, of course, now he's interested in, putting together some anti-violence measures and things like that. And this is what he said how they would do it. It says city officials will ask community groups to submit proposals starting next month to spend $1 million in public funds designed to create safer neighborhoods by making long-term layer investments to improve nearly every aspect of neighborhood civic life. So he's going to give $1 million measly, if you ask me, compared to all the hundreds of millions of dollars that they've given to help migrants. They're going to give $1 million to a community group so they could go and try to fix all the disparities there in those particular neighborhoods. $1 million? Are people supposed to be jumping up and down for joy? Woo-hoo! They're getting $1 million. What can they do with $1 million? Nothing. It's a scratch. It's a drop in the bucket.
Right.
$1 million. Give them the hundreds of millions of dollars that you were giving to the migrants and they can really do something, but that ain't their job to fix the things that are wrong in those communities. That's your job. Brandon Johnson, that's why you were sent to office, to fix those things, because you sure made life really cozy for migrants. They were snug as a bug in a rug with the help of you. So now you're going to put it on the backs of an organization with $1 million. Now I know some people say $1 million is a lot. No, it's not. It's not. It's not a lot of money to help get rid of or to fix or whatever it is they're trying to do. And so he's trying to pander because he know what? His job is in danger.
Yep.
He wants to probably be reelected again. And there has been talks of recalls, whether it happened or not, I don't know. But he wants to smooth things over so people forget about what he did. Because, of course, now in a lot of these blue states, blue cities that are ran by the mayors, they're talking about, evicting the migrants. They got 30 days, 60 days to get out, go live with a family member or something like that, or reapply. And all this other stuff because y'all got it handed to you. And that wasn't just from Black people, it was from white people, it's all kind of people who are residents are like, yo, y'all spending all this money to help them. What about us? What about us?
Right.
So anyway, I thought y'all should know that. But for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel.
Please like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
That's right. So, so Vallis would be next in line. Paul Vallis, that was the pro-police candidate that ran against Johnson in the runoff.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And then the police, they're crooked, like we tell Sarge, And the sad part about it is what is happening here is that we heard from Los Angeles and Chicago. Okay, so what is happening is Black.
I drive for Housekeeping Live because
we didn't hear
Chicago yet. Who need the help to be there.
We didn't hear from Chicago yet. We about to hear from Chicago though. We about to hear straight from the residents' mouths at the city council meeting what is happening in Chicago. They letting Brandon Johnson have it.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
If you haven't seen that stream, you should really go back and watch that stream from yesterday because that was a really interesting one, to say the very least. Thank you, Saul, for coming through as you always do. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much. Now let's get into what these legal immigrants have to say about the illegal immigrants in Gage Park. And they're going to discuss how the illegal immigrants are trashing their neighborhood. Completely trashing their neighborhood. But that's enough of me speaking. I've been rambling for 7 minutes now. Let me just play the video. Let's get into it.
Please. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm a constituent of the Gage Park neighborhood. Since June, you decide to turn our park into a shelter. Our community is running lawless with illegal Venezuelans taking over our streets. We feel like prisoners in our own homes.
We feel like prisoners in our own homes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, these are legal immigrants, that are saying they feel like prisoners in their own home in Gage Park because Venezuelan migrants, to whom, remember, about 79.1% of these so-called asylum seekers are men. They are now wreaking havoc in this Gage Park neighborhood. That's not what I say. That's not what Fox News says. That's what the actual citizens of Chicago are saying.
As a taxpayer, we can't even enjoy our own park anymore. We are unable to take walks. Our amazing programs have been removed, especially for the disabled children that live near this park. We worked hard to improve our park, our neighborhood, but because of your irresponsible move, this is not impossible. Their illegal cars are parking on the residents' permit street. They are selling food without permit, causing traffic, yet no police reinforcement to help us.
Yeah.
Guys are standing on the side of the building, doing God knows what, riding their bicycles around the neighborhood, and looking to break into our houses, garages, and cars.
Now, mind you, some of you might be thinking that, oh, she's doing the most. Oh, they're riding their bikes looking to break into our houses, cars, and garages. This is going to be a reoccurring theme that you're going to hear throughout the course of these testimonies from legal immigrants. And I have to stress that these are legal immigrants that are telling us right now how illegal Venezuelan migrants who crossed the border illegally to participate in this mass asylum fraud are wreaking havoc in their neighborhood in Gage Park, breaking into their homes, breaking into their cars, breaking into their garages, and just creating a mess.
Smoking weed and drinking in the park in broad daylight. You guys threw us to the wolves, and now we have to deal with the trouble you brought to our neighborhood. Unlike the illegals, as a legal immigrant myself, I know what I had to do to enter your country. I was required to do a background check, vaccinations, pay an expensive fee, bring a work letter from my previous job. Shall I go on? Some might be good, but the others are here to cause trouble. For example, my neighbors had their car broken into, packages stolen from their front yards, and someone pee on my property. Yes. I'm requesting Alderman Vasquez, Mayor Johnson, and those who made this decision to walk our neighborhood and see what's happening there. You want to look good by helping them, yet we taxpayers are left behind. We are now being put in harm's way because of the crimes they commit in our neighborhood. Your no consequence policy tells them it's okay to commit these damn crimes.
She said your no consequence policy. Your no consequence policy. And that is so true. Throughout the entire time that I've been covering the migrant crisis overall, not just in Chicago, but overall, you see that these illegal immigrants they're getting away with murder in these cities. From Chicago to New York City, we watch them beat up on cops. We watch them, steal, busting shots. They're shooting at folks. We've watched them in videos that I've covered, like I talk about a handful of times already. In New Jersey, there's a migrant gang in New Jersey that was smuggling illegal immigrants from the Canadian border into the States. One of them got caught, had children in the car that he was smuggling, got caught and got released. There's never any consequences. There's zero consequences ever. And it is insane how they have this unofficial, and she said it the best, zero consequence policy in Chicago. And to be honest with you, it's also in New York as well, as we have covered.
Now, what about the citizen and the legal immigrants who came before them? We're still waiting years for our own families to enter this country legally. It is frustrating to see our voice censored and feeling hopeless. Finally, we know the illegals are returning in the middle of the night, parking our residential permit area, acting if the shelter is a bed and breakfast. They need to leave now. We want our park back, and we demand that. It's not fair. You guys putting us in jeopardy. Kids cannot go outside. 2 weeks ago, someone was peeing in my yard. A lady grabbed a branch off a tree and took my package from Amazon. They are breaking to cars. 6:53 a.m. I have videos to prove. Break into cars, and we cannot do nothing about it. Cops come, they see, and they go.
Motherfucker upside his head and break where that happened, and watch how fast that shit
away. This is so true in regards to what we have covered on this channel concerning the migrant crisis.
Selling food all the time.
Thank you very much for your comments.
They ain't even paying attention, dog. They on their phone.
Now, this brother right here, he said something. He's going to say something very profound, in my opinion. He's going to say something very profound, and it's not going to be what you saw in the title of the thumbnail when he said, "You a house ninja." It's not that, but he's going to say something very profound, in my opinion. Let's just listen, and let me stop talking. Right? Let me play the video.
Our next speaker is George Blakemore.
Please. Wait now. Wait now. I don't want y'all to steal my minutes. Even though those
Grandpa came up tripping. He said, "Wait now. I don't want y'all to steal my minutes. Y'all shut up now. Stop clapping. All right now. Shut up. Y'all gonna take my minutes away."
cops are up here on me, they tick quietly and quickly. Illegal immigrants. Something is wrong with black people. You got all these black faces in high places and you get nothing. The young lady said,
he said, you got all these black faces in high places and you get nothing. You get nothing. Vote, and that's not the profound thing that he stated. We all should know and understand this by now. Voting for someone just off the strength of them being black is probably, not probably, at this stage in the game, is probably, it has to be the most ridiculous thing that you can do.
Yeah.
that tells me that DNC chip is still programmed. It hasn't been deprogrammed yet. You haven't been able to surgically remove it and throw it out the window yet. That DNC chip is still programmed in you. And if that's the case, you're going to get, Brandon Johnson and Barack Obama every time.
Background check. Who?
Rewind it back just a little bit.
Even though those clocks are up here on me, they tick quietly and quickly. Illegal immigrants. Something is wrong with black people. You got all these black faces in high places and you get nothing. The young lady say, a background check. Who are these people? Where did these people come from? Why would you bring them here? And why would you push them on the black community? The most poor of all. We are in a caste system here. And at the bottom of this caste system, black people. I'm not talking about India. I'm talking about right here. And you got the audacity, you black ones I'm talking to, the audacity to bring in an illegal immigrant. Why would you do this?
All right.
Sell out. And your mama. House in.
I got to run that back.
Immigrant. Why would you do this?
Goddamn night.
Sell out.
Right.
And your mama. House in.
I'm gonna run that back one more time. I got to. He got that grandpa accent too.
Immigrant. Why would you do this?
Why would you do this? Sell out. Ain't Jemima. House in.
Sell out. And your mama. House in.
I wish he was my grandpa.
That's like Sekou going on.
Yes, I said it. Because that's the way you act. It's something wrong here. It's something evil here. It's something corrupt here. What is it, Mr. Blagno? All of these people here are Democrats. All of them are Democrats. Well, over in China, they got a one-party system. In Chicago, they do too.
Boom. I don't know about y'all. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm doing too much. You might think I'm trying to oversell this video. That was extremely profound what he said. That was extremely profound what that man said. That was extremely profound in my opinion. That man said there's something wrong here. There's something evil here. There's something un-American here. Looked around and said, Democrats. Then he set them up. He said in China, they got a one-party system. But in Chicago, we do too. Democrats run Chicago and the state of Illinois from top to bottom. We've gone over this a million times over. And if they were who they said they were, if they were who they claimed to be, then there is zero excuse for the communities that man comes from to be in the shape that it's in. There is zero excuse for the disparities between black folks and all their counterparts to be as blown out as they are. There shouldn't be any racial wealth gap in a city like Chicago. There shouldn't be crime and violence and things of that nature disproportionately happening in black communities versus other communities in the city of Chicago if the Democrats were who they said they were. Clearly, they're not. Clearly, they are not. Because in Chicago, you have a one-party system. They have a one-party system, and that's Democrats only. Just like they have in China. Just like they have over there. And if you got a one-party system in Chicago like how they have in China, then how can you really make any change? Now you can, and there are ways to do that. We're not going to get into all that right now. I have videos on this channel with the good brother Corey Arthur, I believe city councilman out of Louisville. And it was a good interview that we did. And the entire conversation in that video is how to run for a local election and win, how to run for local office and win. So there is something you can do. But the reality is, as things stands now, and the way in which everyone continues to go about, the business of doing politics in Chicago, the politics of Chicago essentially are no different than the politics of China. Like Grandpa said, China has a one-party system, but Chicago does too. Chicago does too. Thank you very much, Saul, for running it back. I appreciate you, bro. Saul said, Grandpa's spitting game. Yes, he is. Grandpa was spitting game. That was extremely profound, in my opinion. That was extremely profound statement. And I'm going to run it back one more time as I let the remainder of the video play out.
It's something evil here. It's something corrupt here. What is it, Mr. Blakemore? All of these people here are Democrats. All of them are Democrats. Well, over in China, they got a one-party system. In Chicago, they do too. Yes, the most corrupt city in the United States. The most racist city in the United States. Who said that? Dr. King? Dr. King, what is your criteria for corruption? Bert and all of them get indicted, stealing, and just terrible here. And these young people are coming here and they're looking at me and they're looking at you. Now, you all make your opinion. It's something evil here, something corrupt here, something un-American here. You're going to bring in the illegals? When they wade across the Rio Grande, they're not wading across to help black people. They are selfish people, and we black people got to be selfish. Self-preservation is the first law of nature.
That's right.
And that preacher talking about loving everybody. Black people love you. Love you.
Right.
Thank you very much for your comments.
He went off. He went off. But I really want you, and for all of you that live in Chicago, I really want to let that sit on your mind, what he said. In China, they have a one-party system. In Chicago, we do too.
In Denver,
there are 749 of you all in the stream right now. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. That is extremely important. Please do that for me. If you appreciate the content, if you find this informative, and you just one big ghetto, unfortunately. Let's hear what she has to say.
Our next speaker is Joanna Galen.
Love you. No, I can love nobody. Love you. Gay Park in the house.
Grandpa's still going off. Grandpa's still going off. I think Brandon Johnson's actually going to tell him to calm down. Hold on. Grandpa's still snapping.
No, I can love nobody. Love you. Gay Park in the house.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore. We are moving on to our next speaker. Thank you. Please.
Hi to everyone. My name is Juana Galan. I'm from Gage Park neighborhood. I'm here to say to all representatives, you are the one who put us in this issue, and we are the taxpayers. The taxpayers. We are the ones who put you there. So the less you can do is do your job and bring us our safety back.
Listen to how strong her accent is. She can barely get her words out. She can barely get her words out. And that is extremely important to highlight, as I wanted to make sure to do today, is highlight the legal immigrants that are tired of this, saying, no, you got to get the illegal immigrants up out of here. They're trashing up our community. They're using up all our resources. And these are resources that you told us that you didn't have, that you magically have pulled out of the sky. It is extremely important that we get their testimonies here. You can barely understand what she's saying, respectfully, but it's important that she did come out to speak.
We want our safety back. It's not fair for our kids. It's not fair for our elders. It's not safe for our special kids' needs. You take the field house from us. And our neighborhood is trash now. I dare you to walk by there at night. And I promise you, you will not like it and you will not be back there. Les pido a nuestros representantes hispanohablantes. Están ahí por una razón, los pusimos por una razón, porque confiamos en ustedes y nos están fallando. The system is failing us. We are the ones who put you there, and we are the ones who can take you back the power. That's all.
Thank you.
And that's what needs to happen. That's what needs to happen, right? Ultimately, at the end of the day, you know, getting up here and speaking your piece and, you know, cursing Brandon Johnson out, calling him a house N-word, you know, and even the woman as well. I clipped it out because it would have been like 1 minute kind of gone to waste of the stream, but she said, I'm going to say a little something in Spanish. And she cursed them out in Spanish for about 58 seconds straight, you know, before she got back to speaking English. But it's really important to highlight the fact that this is cool, right? Showing up, people showing up and letting them know what's what. But if it's not followed up with action to remove Brandon Johnson, the like, out of power, to remove these aldermen out of power with those who actually represent the people of said wards, then all of this is for naught, right? All of it is for naught. And it just turns into essentially entertainment. It was just something to do, right? So it has to turn into something other than just showing up to these city council meetings and talking. As I've stated multiple times, you know, and I've been stating multiple times, you know, throughout the course of the past couple of weeks, you cannot hold anyone accountable. As you see Brandon Johnson, Emperor Brandon Johnson, King Brandon Johnson, just standing there, you know, like the Emperor of Chicago that he is. You cannot hold a politician accountable once they have already been elected. The only way you hold politicians accountable is by making sure they do not win. Right. Is by making sure that they lose. Yep. And is by making sure you get your guy or woman, whoever that might be, in power that you want, who actually represent you. But you can't hold anybody accountable. And I'm going to get it back into the video to round us out, and I'll stop talking in a minute. But all this talking right here that's happening, though it's a good thing, because this can be used as a tool to galvanize people to actually do something, right? So it is a good thing, but at the end of the day, this isn't holding him accountable because he's already in power and those aldermen are already in power. Holding them accountable is making sure they don't win and making sure that they've been replaced and removed. Now let's get back into the video clip.
Are the ones who put you there.
Thank you, Saul coming through again. He tripled down. I appreciate you, Saul. Saul said, Mama's spitting game. If you spitting game, you know, we're going to move you, power you too. You know what I'm saying?
And we are the ones who can take you back the power.
We are the ones who can take you back to power. Hey, we are the ones who can take you back to power. I might have to clip that up. We are the ones who can take you back to power. Got to get them up out of there, man. Get them out the paint.
That's all.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ruben Castro.
Yoda. We are ones who can take you back to power.
Shabaka, are you still there?
Respectfully.
Yeah.
You know?
Good morning, everyone. Good
morning.
morning, Mayor. My name is Ruben Castro. I am from the Gage Park neighborhood. A little bit about me. I am born and raised in Chicago. I am a CPS alumni from kindergarten all the way to senior in high school. I graduated at one of the highest dropout rates. At the time, it was 50% dropout rate. And I graduated with an accounting degree from Roosevelt University. And I also worked for large organizations, Fortune 500 companies, and I would say I'm an example of the city of Chicago. With that being said, I'm here to represent my community, Gage Park. Gage Park is going through a crisis right now. ever since the migrant, and before I even say that too, I want to first by saying that Gage Park is not anti-immigrant. We have documented and undocumented people living in our neighborhoods. Ever since the migrants started to move in our field house, we started to see an increase in in violence. As a matter of fact, there was a gang violence because someone got killed on 55th and Western in front of the field house, and so a lot of people speculated that it was gang related.
Jesus.
People do not feel safe even going to the park anymore. We have seen an increase in alcohol use, drug use, cars being broken into, and not only that, but people are also breaking into garage doors. Someone seeking asylum doesn't do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's over there by Millwood.
Someone seeking asylum doesn't do that. Someone seeking asylum does not do that. And as we've stated over and over again, and many, not just me, have stated, these folks are not seeking asylum. These are illegal immigrants participating in mass asylum fraud because Joe Biden made it a point to very deliberately and intentionally leave the gate wide open, leave the border wide open, and a welcome mat on the ground for everyone to come in. That was what he did. That was what he did. But the reality is that those folks aren't seeking asylum. They're not seeking asylum. That's not what's happening here. And you're hearing this firsthand coming from legal immigrants. And that is extremely important. I can't continue to reiterate how important that is, because when I sit up here and talk about it, you know, oh, you Black and you're just like xenophobic, right? But when you have legal immigrants with strong accents who you can barely understand, not speaking about him, but the two before him, when they're saying the same thing that I'm saying, that then validates that what I'm saying is true. It's not just me, right? It's not just Black folks saying whatever because, oh, you're all xenophobic. You're all xenophobic. No, this is what they're all saying. And these voices are all being silenced because you're not going to hear this on CNN, MSNBC. You're not going to hear Joy Reid and any of these folks speak on this or highlight any of this, okay? At all, whatsoever. And they don't want this out there. That it's not just Black Americans. It's not just Black people who want to enter these sanctuary city statuses and all this stuff throughout the country, but it's legal immigrants as well that are saying, get the illegal immigrants up out of here because they're not actually seeking asylum. The kind of crime that we're seeing happening in our neighborhoods, that's not what actual asylum seekers do.
When my family came here, my family benefited from the Reagan administration during that time frame. That type of immigrant, people came here to work, they came here to build, and they came here to respect. The people that are moving in here now are not respecting us. They're not respecting our neighborhood. They're littering everywhere. People don't feel safe. And I'm also very disappointed in Andre Vasquez and Carla Ramirez Rosa. For some weird reason, you all are getting media time, yet we literally had a press conference on Sunday talking about this, yet for some weird reason, the media chose to pick Andre Vasquez's side and not our side, and that's why we're here. Just to let you know, as you all know, that the Democratic National Convention is going to be happening in November.
Just for a second,
and
sir.
just to let
Hold on. Stop his time. Continue.
Just to let you know that the Democratic National Convention is going to be here in November, and there's a growing number of people in the Hispanic community that will not be voting the same way as they did before. If we do not, in August, if we do not get issues resolved, people will not be voting how they used to before. And this is for everybody here. Everybody here. Everyone should be trembling right now because there is a movement happening that people will not be voting the same way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment period.
So he said there is a movement going on in Chicago to where the people of Chicago are not going to vote the same way that they've been voting before. I hope that's true. I would like to believe that, but only time will tell. We'll see come, November how things turn out concerning the presidential election. And we'll see if they start actually overturning, aldermen and women, within their respective wards. We'll see. And I also thought it was very interesting when he made it a point, because he's Hispanic, he made it a point to highlight, Hispanics in Chicago aren't going to be voting the same way that we've been voting. And that made me chuckle a little bit, because I guess that puts a little dent in the plans of the Democratic Party or Democrat Party to circumvent the lack of Black male voters by focusing in on attracting Hispanic and Asian male voters, which is what their plan is, and that's what they articulated publicly on national television on MSNBC. Looks like he's telling you right there that's not going to happen, and if that's not the case, looks like Biden's in trouble. Looks like he's in trouble. But once again, that's yet to be seen. We'll see how things pan out in November. We'll see if in the city of Chicago they start overturning all these aldermen and women. We'll see. Only time will tell. But with all that, that does it for today's stream. I want to thank you all for joining me today. Hopefully you all found today's stream informative. Please share this out on your social media platforms. There are 832 of you in the stream right now. Please hit the like button for me on the way out. If you enjoyed today's content, hit that like button on the way out, because that is extremely important. And thank you.
Right. If you enjoy the content, make sure you hit that like button for Frontline Black News. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on this? Shabaka. Damn, Shabaka done passed out on us. So thank you for joining us, Shabaka. We're going to bid you a farewell and a good night. It's about time that Johnson get that pressure pride. Yes, it ain't to recall his ass. He needs to go. It's been nothing but detrimental to Black Chicagoans. He's worse than Lightfoot was. And Lightfoot's the one that ushered all this madness in. So, we're down to the last two topics of the night, and that's the Denver news, or Colorado news. And we got unhoused neighbor news, and the unhoused neighbor sweeps, and the illegal migrant news, and the unhoused illegal migrant sweeps. So this is what's happening in Denver. We're going to move on to the Mile High income and migrant flooded city. So there's a hotel up the street from me that the city just recently purchased. And it's a homeless shelter. And have migrants living there, and people that were actually on the streets prior to the invasion. And the calls are up 2,900% at the hotel.
I saved hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon.
A CBS News Colorado investigation. Less than a week after two people were found dead at a Denver hotel turned homeless shelter, your investigator Brian Moss is uncovering a worrying trend. He found numbers showing that since the DoubleTree on Quebec Street was converted to a homeless shelter, calls to Denver police have skyrocketed. That includes calls for assaults, threats, and overdoses.
Yeah, it's towards the end of the day, so everybody's already in or on their way in.
Mike Morales says in the last 3 months, this industrial area in the Denver Central Park neighborhood where he works has slipped.
Upwards of 3 times a week, you'll see the fire department, you'll see ambulances, you'll see any kind of first responders right there just parked right in front of the building.
He's talking about the former DoubleTree Hotel, 100 yards from his traffic sign and barricade business. The hotel that the city turned into a homeless shelter in December, part of the mayor's plan to house the homeless. Morales says every day he now sees hotel residents doing drugs, walking the streets like zombies, as he puts it, and impacting his employees.
She was the first one here in the morning and would lock the doors as soon as she got here, and she carried mace just because of the kind of people that are right there and the way that they would just walk up and down the streets in the middle of the morning. So she was worried about her safety.
And these new numbers suggest there is plenty to worry about. Last September, October, and November, there were 13 calls for police help. But in the 3 months since it was turned into a homeless shelter, 391 calls for police, a nearly 3,000% increase, with calls for sex assaults, deaths, overdoses, and disturbances.
So they recently cut this part of the fence.
Morales says last weekend someone tried to burglarize the business. He suspects it's connected to the increasing number of homeless now in this neighborhood. In January alone, 244 calls for service to the new shelter. That's more than 7 a day. And last weekend, 2 people were murdered here.
And we're here fully dedicated to ensuring that this site runs safely and smoothly for the guests that are here and for the surrounding community.
Cole Chandler, the mayor's senior advisor on homelessness, says he's now on site full time, and other steps are now being taken to tighten up security here. New security cameras inside and outside the hotel, 24-hour Denver police surveillance, door alarms, and only one entrance.
People were able to kind of come and go to this building without us always knowing exactly who was coming inside.
He says residents are now being educated too on not constantly calling 911 for help. Mike Morales hopes steps like those work so he and his employees can let their guard down.
You have to be more mindful of your surroundings more than ever. I would say 100%.
I'm Brian Moss, covering Colorado First.
Cole Chandler says all those calls for police services are to be expected and that they're similar to calls for larger homeless encampments.
We begin here at 9 with an encampment near Elitch Gardens. It's going to be swept next week, forcing dozens of migrants living there right now to find another place to live.
But as Fox 31's Rogelio Mares learned today, some migrants prefer to live in encampments instead of city-funded shelters. He has the reason why and joins us live near Elitch Gardens.
Oh yeah, so now these months are getting kicked out the shelter, and they refuse to come inside. So this is what we're dealing with here in a mile high income city with these illegal migrants.
Tonight, Rogelio.
Yeah, Tally and Erica, these migrants told me they're not intent to keep living this way, but that legal work permits are their way out of this lifestyle. In fact, they say until then, they'll keep doing those odd jobs, collecting resources among each other, and that, in fact, the encampment itself is the way they're able to maintain themselves right now.
Say what you will about Jose from just one look at him. Underneath, he's hiding scars. He showed us wounds he said he suffered from torture in his native Venezuela. He faces a new struggle now, though, finding somewhere to live. This is after orders were made by the city of Denver to clear out the migrant encampment at Elitch Gardens. He says what the city is doing is entirely wrong. People who live here, Jose says, don't want to stay in shelters. Sometimes they only serve meals once, maybe twice a day there, he says. How can you tell your child not to cry because they're hungry, he wonders. Martha Perdomo has been in the U.S. 6 months with her husband, daughter, and son. My 2-year-old son can't get into a shelter with his bottle, she said. I can't save any food for him to eat at night. The city has previously said they don't allow outside food into shelters as a matter of public health. The encampment, meanwhile, is a place where Martha can come to make meals for her family. Jose says the migrants have an entire system where they do odd jobs, clearing snow for business and cleaning car windows, for example, in order to buy food and store it here at the encampment. They've collected a lot of food, cans, and fresh vegetables. For these folks, encampments aren't ideal, but their autonomy. Jose says a legal work permit would be a means for families to get off the streets and into their own home.
So glad I remembered Uber Eats has office supplies, but I feel like I'm forgetting something else. Oh, shoes untied.
Nope. Some serious questions being asked about how the city handled a homeless encampment sweep, this being the city of Denver. It happened back in January, and a migrant advocacy group says the sweep should have never taken place because there wasn't enough space in the shelters there.
And now that group is circulating some video that shows a part of their encounter with a city worker who said there were not enough beds. Fox 31's Vicente Arena is joining us now live with what he's been finding out from the city and from this group. Vicente.
Eric, a lot of questions being asked what happened in this field behind me. This group saying that this sweep never should have taken place and the city violated policies. But the city today firing back saying that is not the case.
The video provided to Fox 31 by House Keys Action Network shows members' encounter with the director of encampment response.
I picked these guys up outside of the shelters.
House Keys says the sweep took place hours before its scheduled time when shelters were full.
And if you look at that day, January 23rd, shelters were over capacity.
But today, a city spokesperson said 107 beds were available that day. House Keys members said migrants should not have been moved from the encampment near 51st and Emerson, where they had found a safe place to stay. House Keys alleges the director of encampment response did not give accurate information regarding shelter space, saying there was room.
Camping ban enforcement means there's an alternative place for them to go, right? Where?
There's like over 80 shelter beds available right now.
But today, the city of Denver said the director and personnel acted according to city policy and offered migrants at the encampment services and shelter. Another housing advocate, Amy Beck, whose name was mentioned in the video, says the city's shelter bed count system is unreliable and puts people at risk.
And so we need a dashboard. We need a public view of the shelter space that's available so that we can pull that website up at any time and see where the beds are that are available so we can take someone there.
In that video, the director said that there were more than 80 shelter beds available. The city saying that he was absolutely correct about that. And today, the advocacy groups are saying that still more transparency is needed to figure out exactly how many shelter spaces are available. Reporting live, Vicente Arenas, Fox 31.
Now to new information at 5 about the migrant crisis here in Denver. Take a look at this. The number of migrants coming to the Mile High City is drastically decreasing. All right, take a look. You can see that the drop-off started back here. This is the high point in January, and here it is right now. The number of migrants in shelter here is now under 1,000, down more than 80% from this time 2 months ago. Now the city's about to make some major changes in how it handles migrants. New today, the Mile High City announcing it's about to stop responding to the migrant crisis with an emergency response and instead move to what the city deems a long-term sustainable response. This coming from Sarah Plastino, the newcomer program director.
My priority coming into this job is that we are transitioning this response to one that is more fiscally sustainable, smaller in scale in terms of dollar amounts. And the mayor has said that publicly. That is his goal.
Plastino would not tell us what that new response plan entails, but she makes it clear Denver wants to stop spending so much money. The city has already spent more than $61 million on migrants, and to make up for it, has cut services, including those with Parks and Rec and the DMV. The city is now decommissioning shelters and limiting how much time migrants can stay in them. That tops out at 42 days. As a result, hundreds are forced out every week, nearly 500 this week alone. The city says they are not pushed into the streets and left to be homeless. Instead, most work with the city and nonprofits for transitional and long-term housing. There's also the issue of migrant encampments. One of the few that remains is right here by Elitch Gardens. Today, the city gave notice that it'll clear out tents in 1 week. The city says it has shelter space and has offered beds to everyone camping here. But Plastino says the migrants have told the city, thanks, but no thanks.
We are doing everything we can to assure that those folks have safe options available to them. At the end of the day, they're individuals with their own decision-making abilities, and they can decline to accept our offer. But it's not for lack of trying.
Again, the city of Denver has spent more than $61 million helping migrants since they started coming here back in January of 2023. It's been reimbursed at $3.5 million from the state, $1.6 million from the federal government. And Mayor Mike Johnston has said this could end up costing the city $180 million this year.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees? So you need StreamYard on air. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce
Shelter used to house people experiencing homelessness after a double homicide over the weekend. But it looks like those additional security measures are too little, too late for a credit union located next door. Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Jessica Porter.
I'm Shannon Ogden. Glad you're with us tonight. As Denver 7's Brandon Richard found out, the credit union's closure is over serious concerns about safety there.
Denver police have increased their presence at the city's converted hotel shelter at 40th and Quebec after a double homicide here last weekend. Those staying in the shelter tell me in addition to crime, drug use is rampant.
So drugs are being done in here daily.
Yeah. Like if somebody was trying to recover, they're going to need some willpower.
The DPD's increased presence is part of a 7-point plan to improve security following that horrific double murder. Police say a 43-year-old woman and 38-year-old man were shot to death in one of the rooms.
I think it's horrific what's allowed to happen in these shelters.
Craig Arfston with Citizens for a Safe and Clean Denver has been tracking safety issues in and around the city's shelters for months.
What you have is you have a high level of drug use in these facilities. You have overdoses. You have suicides. You have crime associated around the neighborhoods for these shelters.
Thursday, Partner Colorado Credit Union announced it will be closing its branch next to the shelter May 3rd. In a statement to its members, the credit union said, unfortunately, the housing crisis in Denver continues to impact neighborhoods throughout the city, and the Central Park branch is no exception. There have been a number of incidents at and around the Central Park branch that have raised serious concerns for the safety of our employees and members. Now, Partner Colorado says closing its Central Park branch, which again is located right next door to the hotel shelter, was not an easy decision, but it says the safety of its employees and members took priority. The city also plans to add staffing, security guards, and surveillance cameras, and it's in the process of setting up a badging system with photo ID to control access to the building. Residents told us getting into the building is easy. Arfston says even he was able to roam around inside once.
I walked around the entire first floor and walked out the back door, and no one stopped me.
The mayor's senior homelessness advisor, Cole Chandler, will be taking a hands-on leadership role at the shelter, and the city says staff will check in with residents every week to help them bolster safety and security. In Denver, Brandon Richard, Denver 7.
He will forever be 13. Today, family and friends of Alex Makowicz will celebrate the boy one last time. Services for the Highlands Ranch teenager will begin later this morning. The seventh grader was heading to school when a car hit him at the corner of Highlands Ranch Parkway and Beneford Ranch Road.
That was nearly 2 weeks ago now. He was riding his one wheel similar to a skateboard in the crosswalk. Deputies in Douglas County don't think the driver was speeding or impaired, but think sun glare may have been a factor. According to his family, Alex loved baseball. He loved to build things and he loved cars. So last weekend, they honored him with a memorial filled with cars, hundreds of them, from classic cars to sports cars. And his friends spoke about how much they'll miss Alex.
And it's just been hard going to school and his desk being empty. Because, he used to sit there.
I can't imagine. Alex's friends and family are also hoping to see changes along the road where Alex was hit. As for that driver, Ruben Moronis, he stayed on the scene that day of the accident. Deputies did arrest him. He's facing charges of careless driving causing death. His first appearance in court is next month. Funeral services for Alex will start at noon in Denver, followed by an escorted motorcycle procession to the cemetery at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
New this morning, a Longmont officer is on leave after shooting a suspect in Weld County. This all started as an armed robbery call at a Circle K in South Longmont. Police found the car believed to be involved and chased it into Weld County. Now, eventually, the chase ended at Highway 119.
$1 to study planned improvements to Pena Boulevard. The vote
Maybe it's because of the zero tolerance that
with more cameras inside and outside the building.
people usually.
Yes. Meanwhile, the mayor's office says south of I-70. Police
And streaming on 9 News Plus.
Right now, a Denver shelter for the homeless has new security measures in place after 2 people were killed over the weekend. This happened at the former Doubletree Hotel in Quebec, south of I-70. Police still haven't said anything about how the 2 died. They also haven't said anything about any arrests. Meanwhile, the mayor's office says unarmed security guards are now on patrol at the property. The city is also installing a badging system with photo ID cards for both residents and staff, along with more cameras inside and outside the building.
People are usually pretty live and out being social, interacting with each other, and engaging in the community, I'd say. And so now they're not so much doing that. It seems to me like they're just maybe it's because of the zero tolerance that the security's kind of taken against the externals. I'm not really sure.
Denver police say officers have already been called to the DoubleTree homeless shelter more than 400 times this year. As part of the new safety plan, the mayor's office says staff will perform weekly check-ins with each resident at the shelter.
It is now 6:06 on your Tuesday morning, and this morning, former President Trump has not been able to get a bond to secure the $464 million.
We got the game. We got an update on that. That's
Installing a badging system with photos.
How do you take 20,000 children in the middle of New York City without anybody seeing?
Check this out, guys. The number of migrants in Denver shelters dips below 1,000 for the first time in 6 months. Many people think that this is a good idea, but in fact, this is one of the worst ideas ever because now Denver's homeless population is through the roof. If you look at what's going on in Denver, they took in 40,000 migrants. 40,000 migrants, many of them get to live in shelters in the very beginning. But now as these shelters are closing down because Denver frankly can't afford them, we're seeing the homeless population in Denver absolutely skyrocket. So this is not great at all. In fact, the homeless population in San Francisco and Oakland, it's getting so bad over there that many businesses are shutting down. This is what's going to happen to Denver the next few months as you're seeing Denver literally spending every single penny that they get on the migrant crisis. Now, we have newcomers who need housing. The city of Denver is begging landlords to rent their properties out to migrants. And what's really scary about this is many landlords are afraid that Denver eventually may be forced to have landlords rent their vacant properties out. Denver is home to some of the biggest real estate investing in the whole nation because their real estate market is extremely hot. It's really, really good. It's very, very healthy. But like I said, when you already have the city kind of poking around in the property market, a lot of landlords are getting a little bit nervous because why would you buy property here when maybe you have to force your properties to be rented out to migrants? And the thing about that is the rental yield is very low. Denver is paying $2,000 max, and it's going to be like a whole house. $2,000 in Denver only gets you like a very, very small studio apartment. And it's a very old, crusty studio apartment, not like a brand new one. So many people are a little bit afraid of what's happening in Denver. People are feeling like Denver is becoming very detached from what's truly going on. Many people were all saying, why did Denver even play Sanctuary City? Denver was doing really good before this, but now they're really, really struggling. And we still don't really get ideas about why Denver decided to play Sanctuary City status because now shelters are shutting down because they're literally going broke. They have shut down multiple shelters just to save $60 million. They actually had to do this just to keep the city running. They'll rather have migrants homeless on the streets than have the city collapse. So I guess there's something going for them. But you already get the idea. Parks and Recs are closed. The DMV hours are cut. Many government employees in Denver have the hours cut to zero. This is getting worse, guys. And now Denver is telling landlords to be like, it's up to you guys to fill in this gap. Check this out. Volunteers are scrambling to help migrant families left without shelters as Denver is scaling back its services. Now, the reason why they're doing this is, like I said, it's just costing them so much crazy money to operate these shelters. Remember, Denver is going to be paying probably over $2 million alone just on food for many of the migrants. So that alone is very expensive. Now, many of you may be asking, why is Denver struggling so much on the migrant crisis when Chicago and New York City are spending hundreds of millions of dollars like it's nothing? Denver's population is only 700,000. It's one of the smallest. In fact, this is one of the smallest cities playing the Sanctuary City status. And they have the highest migrant per capita count. And Denver is not like a big financial capital. Chicago and New York City are. That's why they can afford the big bucks. And the federal government is not helping Denver at all. Maybe $10 million. But that's it. So yes, Denver is facing a huge choice. And we're going to be seeing a bunch of these homeless encampments everywhere. Like, look at this water park, this nice theme park area, just tents everywhere. This is the new Denver. Denver used to be one of the biggest and fastest growing post-pandemic boom towns. Now it's just filled with tents. And this is how it is now. And then you also have Denver reporting that they will be stopping emergency shelters, emergency responses to migrants, and shifting to more sustainable response, which basically means that we can't really do anything anymore. And I guess with the migrant crisis, they're scaling everything back. Now, a lot of these plans aren't exactly public, but what they're saying is they don't really want to play playing sanctuary status anymore. They're shutting down shelters and they're trying to go back to the normal days, but you can't really send all these migrants back. So now many migrants are asleep on the streets. Many of them get hurt, many of them get sick. They call the emergency services and nobody answers. The hospital system is frankly overwhelmed at this point. We're seeing hundreds of millions of dollars owed to the public health system. Many residents are being turned away in many hospitals. We're also seeing the educational sector just basically overflowing with migrants. And like I said, Denver, if they just took in 1,000 migrants, it would have been okay. I'm not complaining at all, but they took in 40,000, and this is what's happening. And people are saying that could be going to 50,000 by the end of the year. Denver is truly on a path of destruction. And the mayor is saying that the migrant crisis will cost the city $180 million in 2024. This is very, very challenging. And many people are frustrated. Many people are saying, why did the Mike Johnson administration decided to get migrants in? Denver, it was probably one of the last cities on my list that would have played sanctuary city status. But for some reason, they wanted to do this, and now they're paying the big bucks. They're paying the price. Almost $200 million in 2024. Denver had everything going for them. It was one of the best towns out there. It was a town that everyone wanted to go to. But now you are spending millions of dollars on a migrant crisis with nothing to show for. And even when you spend millions, migrants are still going to be sleeping on the streets as you close down a bunch of shelters. So get ready for one of the biggest increases in Denver homeless population counts. And so far, many businesses and many citizens are thinking about leaving Denver. Denver has now kind of just become like a massive slum at this point. So can Denver get back on its feet? We don't really know, but hopefully it does. Thanks for watching, guys, and see you later.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens. Save on essentials and more, only at Walgreens.
Dave's hot chicken. We're gonna try Dave's cauliflower not chicken. It's so crispy and the flavoring is so good. I'm gonna give Dave's a 12 out of 10. That was like the best thing I've had in my entire life.
Denver right now is collapsing. Volunteers are scrambling to help migrant families left without shelters as Denver is now cutting back many of its migrant services. Now, why is Denver doing this when they're such a big advocate for being a sanctuary city? And by the way, many different citizens do not like this. Most of the citizens say Denver didn't have to be a sanctuary city. Denver is doing so good in terms of real estate, business, and being a post-pandemic boom town. Now they play migrant card, and now they're going bankrupt. Denver is actually spending hundreds of millions of dollars on migrant crisis, so much to the point that they actually have to close these shelters or else they risk collapsing the whole city. So Denver now has 40,000 migrants. Many of the migrants are now sleeping on the streets. They have to rely on volunteers to help out some of these migrant families. And you're going to be seeing a lot of tents on the side of the streets, a lot of porta potties, and just a lot of people homeless on the streets of Denver. Denver basically destroyed itself within just a few months period. I mean, look at San Francisco. The reason why they have such a big exodus of companies and people is because there's literally tents everywhere, homelessness everywhere, and crime everywhere. Same thing's happening in Denver. Had everything going for them, and they decided to play this, and now they have the highest migrant per capita count. And this is what's happening in Denver. Nearly 90% of people who are homeless in Denver were already living in Colorado. And about the whole homeless situation, it is skyrocketing right now. If you look into the Denver streets and many of the live reports, it seems like Denver is having a crisis. Before the migrant crisis, they actually managed a homeless population somewhat decent. But now with so many migrants homeless, so many migrants being kicked out of shelters, and only a few thousand migrants live in shelters now versus tens of thousands now living on the streets. And look at this. Some migrants in Denver actually prefer the tent encampments than shelters. The shelters are actually so badly managed. They're actually pretty horrible. Some of the conditions aren't exactly the best in the world. And some actually prefer just to live on the streets in like a tent. We're seeing Denver's downtown being converted into just a massive tent city. In fact, Denver right now is collapsing so hard that they're begging the surrounding communities and cities to take in migrants for them, which many cities next to Denver, like Lakewood, have protested and have said no to a single migrant. Not because they're meanies, it's because they simply can't take in this sort of traffic. If you've ever been to Lakewood, it's a very small suburban city. They might have a Whole Foods, they might have a Walmart, a Best Buy, but that's really it. It's mostly just suburban houses and towns. I don't think a little city like that could take in a few thousand migrants. Look at what happened to Denver. They're spending every single penny on the migrant crisis, cutting hours to DMV, cutting hours to Parks and Rec, and literally spending all the heavy tax dollars on the migrant crisis instead of spending all the tax dollars on improving the city. We're also getting crime up almost 3,000% at hotel converted to homeless shelter in downtown Denver. Denver is also experiencing a massive crime wave as well, especially with all sorts of different things happening in the migrant crisis. There's barely any control. Like I said, when you're relying on volunteers, when you're relying on private landlords to supply food, water, shelter, and you yourself at a city can't afford all these different things, you know you really screwed up. Denver right now is experiencing one of the biggest downfalls in terms of city progress. Like I said, they did so well, and now they're doing so incredibly bad. The homeless situation is out of control right now. Many businesses who thought about investing millions of dollars in Denver have now halted their cash. And now we're seeing Denver being one of the worst cities in the U.S. to live in right now. If you also look at the hospital system in Denver, it's also collapsing. We're seeing hundreds of millions of dollars being owed to the hospitals of Denver, which the Denver government cannot pay. We're seeing thousands of emergency visits every few months for many of these hospitals, with many locals being turned away because emergency and other services in the doctor's office are so incredibly full. Let's see what happens to Denver. Hopefully they recover, but right now it's just bad news all around.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Colorado may soon allow unlimited roommates. So most counties, most cities have their own ability to say, all right, you got a home, you can only have 2 roommates, 3 roommates. You can only have this many folks occupying. Well, Colorado is going to say, no, get rid of all that. Just let as many people live in a home as possible. No limitations at all. I'm sure this will work out fine. You know where we're headed with this? Let's put that together with the legal immigrants. And how does this all work out? Yep, that's what we're talking about right now. Let's get into it. Here we go. This is not our main article, but this is kind of some of the background. So I'm going to rip through a couple of articles here to get to our main one. Migrants overwhelming Mile High City and Mayor, Denver. Migrants have just basically, they're taking resources from tax-paying citizens, given the callous title of cold-hearted after refusing to ban homeless encampments in cold temperatures. Merciless Denver Mayor Mike Johnston is winning a new title called Cutthroat. With 40,000 migrants, almost 5% of the city's entire population, migrants arrived here from Venezuela and other places in the world in the last 12 months. Johnson has announced enormous cuts to city services, city services and hours due to the burden of migrants and its stress on city resources. So we know this is happening, but this is happening at a greater level in Denver because they've just gone so far into that sanctuary city. So, and this is on top of 4,000 homeless people. So double that, probably 8,000. You've already got 8,000 homeless people in Denver that are competing for the same shelter system, right? And then the increase in single year, a surge of 116% of homelessness in Denver. I mean, things are not looking great. Adding it up, the homeless population grew 32% in the 12-month period in the end of 2023. At least 311 homeless people died in Denver last year, more than any other year. And then it goes on to say, yep, we're shutting down the DMV. We're not doing the gardening. We're not putting in the flowers. They're cutting from the city budget to fund all of this ridiculousness of the illegal immigrants. You got city workers impacted, downturns at the DMV, saving versus spending. It's insane what you've got going on there. And you still got the same thing with the downtown commercial core that I just talked to you about. You've got a situation where your revenue it's not going the right way. It's going the wrong way. And then you've got another county nearby, Douglas County. I don't know if that's adjacent to Denver, but I think it's right there, right? Douglas County defies Colorado's sanctuary madness. So you've got one city, Denver, just going all in. And then you've got Douglas County saying, no, we're going to be responsible. They're basically putting a law in the books saying that ixnay on the illegal immigrants, don't drop them off here in buses. And there was one comment here that I saw that was pretty good. Where is that? I wanted to read that. Yeah. Here's somebody from Douglas County. We believe in leading with compassion, but it's not compassionate to bring migrants to a cold climate without the right resources and no place warm to stay. Keep that one in mind. No place warm to stay. Commissioner Abe Leiden said on Friday, we know why people want to come to America, and specifically Douglas County. Yet, we have a responsibility to honor those who do so through proper channels, and we welcome those who do. And the author says, well said. Well, so you don't have enough money for your own homeless issue. You don't have enough money to house all the migrants. What do? Well, let's go with, on a state level, let's have unlimited roommates. Hey, that 2-bedroom apartment, that now has 16 illegals living in it. How do you think that'll work out? Yeah. Can you say large-scale shenanigans? Yeah. So Colorado on a state level is trying to do this. And how's that going to go? Right? How's that going to go? This was an article from Colorado Public Radio. So they do not bring up the issue of illegals at all. But you know damn well that's literally where this is going, right? Let's see. Let's come up with some ideas. We can put them in tents. Yeah. Colorado's pretty cold in the winter, right? So the whole tent thing isn't really going to work. All right. But we don't have enough for our own homeless people already. Okay. Well, we're going to encourage them to, stay with constituents in the area. Well, that's not going to really work out. Let them rent an apartment and bring as many roommates in as humanly possible. Let's do that. Okay. All right. Large numbers of unrelated roommates could legally share homes in cities like Boulder and Fort Collins under a law progressing through the state legislature. Currently, dozens of cities in Colorado have occupancy limits that dictate how many unrelated people can live together. Most cities do, because you want to try and avoid exactly what they're doing here, which is let's just pull those restrictions off and we'll just have this free for all. We'll have, one big living, commune living type situation. Should be fine. Should be okay. In Fort Collins, it's a maximum of 3 people who aren't family members. In Boulder, depending on where you live, it's 5. The proposal at the State House would strike down or force changes to those local laws. So a state law usurps the local city law. This year's House measure, HB 24-10007, has passed crucial votes in the Senate and House. Not shocking, not shocking. The blue nature of Colorado. Yeah, this is where you're going with that. And you're not going to hear much in the way of pushback on this. You're going to hear why this is a.
Feel confident your taxes are done right with TurboTax Live Experts. 100% accuracy guaranteed. Try it now.
I wanted my hepatitis C gone.
I put off treating mine.
Epclusa treats all main types of chronic hep C. Whatever your type, Epclusa could be your kind of cure.
I just found out about mine.
I knew for years. Epclusa has a 98% overall cure rate.
I had no symptoms of hepatitis C.
Mine caused liver damage.
Epclusa is only 1 pill, once a day, taken with or without food for 12 weeks. Before starting Epclusa, your doctor will test if you have had hepatitis B, which may flare up and could cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have had hepatitis B, other liver or kidney problems, HIV or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor today if Epclusa is your kind of cure.
A genius, brilliant idea. Senator Julie Gonzalez, a Democratic sponsor of the measure, listed people the bill could help. 2 single parents coming together and raising their kids on their own. Really? We're going to go down that road. I've talked to people who live with their caretakers. Nobody is saying that you can't have a caretaker live with you. And you know what? If you have 3 people living in your place and it's only supposed to be 2 outside of your family, who's checking on this stuff? Nobody. That's not the issue. That's not the issue, right? We hear testimony from students who are trying to make ends meet, going together on an apartment. That's what this bill is all about. Students, those learning. Really? Is that what it's all about? This is what Gonzalez said. Okay. All right. Yeah. And I understand. Denver has got one of the most expensive housing markets, and there's none of it available, right? Just not available. She and other supporters, Gonzalez and other supporters, argue that occupancy limits are unfair and arbitrary, except for public safety purposes. Sharing a house or apartment with multiple roommates can help people afford housing near their work or school, she said. And countless people are already sharing housing, whether or not it's legally allowed in their city. This is going in a direction that is not good. There's a reason you cap the number of people. Is you've got a little thing called zoning. You've got a little thing called people per bedroom. You've got a little thing called people per bathroom. And those are not even really terms. It's just common sense, right? Where are you going to have all those people parked? You got 18 people in an apartment and they're just coming and going. I mean, doesn't that sound like fun? Doesn't that sound like a fun time? I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Shenanigans for days, right? I mean, that's what all of these policies are setting up for. And then they'll come back, 4 years later and go, good Lord, that was a terrible idea. Oop. Why are all these things happening? What is going on? That's Governor Newsom and any of the other politicians. How did we get here? What are you guys doing about this? What is going on? Yeah, I love it when you hear that because you're like, you did that. That's on you. That's on you. So this kind of policy, let the parties begin, right? This should be called the House Party Bill. House Party Bill. Let's call it that. But the bill has faced the same criticism as other recent housing reforms. Opponents from both parties have argued that it will erode local control. You think so? You think it might have a little impact on that? Yeah. This ability of cities to set their own laws and policies to the detriment of current residents. Say you've got a Douglas County not willing to, play in the shenanigans of, hey, let's see how many millions of taxpayers' money we can spend on the illegals. and then not spend them on, all the city services that we're having to cut because we can't afford all this ridiculousness. Occupancy limits can be especially contentious in college towns. I get that. You don't want to have 1 million college kids, living in an apartment unit. And that's what this is supposed to prevent. But you also don't want to have 1 million illegals living in an apartment complex, just doing their thing. No driver's license, possibly no job. I mean, just they're out there doing their thing. I'm not saying that all of them are bad, but that's clearly what you've got going on here, right? That's what you've got going on here. How can we get as many illegals into our communities as humanly possible and not have some of these, outliers like Douglas County say, no, now here's how we do it, state level. Of course, if this thing goes through, of course, there'll be a lawsuit, right? Multiple lawsuits. So, hey, the Supreme Court said no go on Governor Greg Abbott down in Texas on his bill that he passed in the state that basically said we're going to take over border protection. That was there's a stay on that. That'll be worked through the court system. And that's what I predicted would happen. There's no way Supreme Court is going to do that. But I think what they said is that they put a stay on the issue right now, meaning that bill won't take effect. Texas won't be able to arrest people and willy-nilly throw them in jail, although I wish they could. Texas as a state won't be able to do their own thing at the border. Still going to have to be federal policy. But what the Supreme Court basically said is we just haven't had enough time to issue a ruling here. So we're going to put this on hold for a while. Give us some more time to get what we're kind of thinking together so we can come up with a ruling. That's kind of where you sit. In Boulder, where there are more than 33,000 students attending CU Boulder, voters rejected the idea of abolishing occupancy limits in 2021 in a 52-48 vote. The state's going to control our property rights. Doesn't that bother you? It should. It really should, said Senator Joanne Guinal, Democrat from Fort Collins. She argued that large investment companies would swoop in to buy up single-family properties and start renting them to large groups of tenants. You know what? I don't think they will, because the issues of tearing the homes apart override that stream of income from a corporate standpoint. That's a nightmare, what you're proposing there. You're better off proposing because there's such a limited supply, you can handpick your tenants. And that's one thing that in the video I shot of the tenant protest or the landlord protest, whatever you want to call it, was the fact that if you've got a property and you want to try and help somebody out who has bad credit, or you want to try and help somebody out who's got an income stream that isn't exactly consistent, maybe they're a little bit down on their luck. You know what? With the inability to quickly evict folks in a lot of states and a lot of cities and a lot of areas, there's no incentive to rent to somebody who you're taking a chance on. You might as well rent to those with golden credit, a big, chunk of money to go first, last, and, damage deposit. You have, as a landlord, you have the ability to rent to whomever you want, because there's such a housing shortage crisis throughout all of the United States, not just in some of these communities. But we've been behind by millions and millions and millions of units, and we're just not getting there. And so I know I'm going on a little bit of a real estate rant here, but it's appropriate. And so some of the other things to tie in there is the National Association of Realtors just 418 million, 400 and something million they're going to pay out on a lawsuit. It's about commissions. And people are saying, well, now the prices are going to come down on the homes. Prices are going to drop. Most MLSs have already recognized the lawsuit and the outcome of that lawsuit by kind of predicting it. All right, if this goes sideways, this is what our policy is going to be. My MLS did that. And so nothing's really going to change much at all. But the overriding factor in today's residential real estate market is you don't have enough supply. So it almost doesn't matter what happens with real estate commissions. All right, real estate commissions are going to drop from 6%, maybe 5 to 6%, down to 2 to 3%. Well, you still don't have enough on the market, so every property that comes on is going to get bid up. And you've got a buyer pool that's been shrunk by interest rates, but there's still enough buyers out there where you've got multiple offer situations and everybody knows it. So whatever happens with these other little situations, you're not going to have large investment companies come in, swooping in and renting out to large groups of tenants. You're going to have some of that go on, but it's probably going to be more by the absolute slumlords. And that's what I think this state is looking to, all right, how can we get as many of these illegals into housing that we don't have to, directly pay for? Maybe we help out the main tenant, and they have literally like the guy in New York City who had 80 people, somewhere between 72 and 80 people in the basement of his furniture shop in, was that Queens or New York City? Somewhere right there. It was New York City somewhere. But I had somebody tell me, oh, Sean, it's not that. It's this borough. My New York City I'm a Seattle guy, right? West Coast, best coast. We're just going to leave it at that. Neighborhoods are just going to go downhill, she added. I would agree with that. I would agree with that statement. If you put this in place, neighborhoods are going to go downhill because you're just going to have a free-for-all. You're going to have a free-for-all, not only college kids, but anybody who can't necessarily afford what they need to. They're just going to go in these homes and these apartment complexes and yeah, it's what we're doing. And you can't stop us because it's state law. John Goldman of the Daniels Westchester Neighborhood Association in Jefferson County said an overoccupied home had ruined a cul-de-sac in his neighborhood, leading other families to move out. Everybody's got an example of that one home that gets rented out, and there's 14 people living in it. I had a house, one of my rental properties down in Renton before the Great Recession separated me from it. How's that for saying, was it a foreclosure or was it a short sale? I think we did a short sale on that one. I can't remember. Property just tanked, just awful. Going through a divorce. I lost a bunch of property, as you do. Live and let learn, right? But I had a situation where I didn't know the tenants had brought in 18 different of their family members, because whenever I'd go by during the day, they were all out at work. They're all out at work. And then the neighbors came over to talk to me, and they were not pleased. They were not pleased. Hey, Sean, how many people did you lease out to? And I said, 4, a husband and wife or something like that, and their 2 kids. And, well, I got all these people, and they're throwing these big parties, and on the weekends, it's just this. And it's like, what a nightmare. So everybody's got that, home in their area or city, town, whatever, community where somebody does that. They get 16 cars all in the driveway in various stages of being fixed or rebuilt or, whatever it is. That, to me, that's the end result of this. The home has 7 mailboxes displaying 20 names, and the county says there's nothing they can do, he told lawmakers, because it's a civil deal, right? And you throw in one of these laws, let the shenanigans just take off. Let them just, yeah. It feels like this is all stuff to just break down society, doesn't it? Oh, we're doing this to make everybody feel better. It's going to be greater for the community. And all you can think of is, no, that's a terrible idea. Don't do it. Don't go down that road. In contrast, cooperatives like Mango Manor in Boulder, where do you live? I live at Mango Manor. It's a cooperative. Yeah. Have tried to show the power of living together. It's a hard daily pill to swallow, seeing the incongruency of high housing need alongside so much empty space, said Alexis Hermes, a caregiver for adults with dementia and Alzheimer's in Boulder. I finally found a cooperative home that offers affordable housing, a car share system, access to public transportation, shared labor, communication structures, and shared spouses. I made up that last part. But isn't that what your mind always goes to? Hey, you're living in a commune. I saw in the 60s, they free love, right? I mean, so my spouse is your spouse is my spouse, and we all just live in this, unity and bonding of communal living. It just never really set in with me, right? Yeah, that's not really how things are supposed to go. But if you want to try that, that's your thing. Hermes said moving in with a dozen people was scary at first, but the change had saved her. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do a little slow mo on that. Hermes said, moving in with a dozen people was scary at first. I don't know about you. I like my privacy. Yeah. I like being able to go home and it's my house. Nobody's effed with it. It's gonna, dozen people. I'm sure that works out fine. University students also testified in favor of the bill. So somebody, a third-year student at Colorado State University, said Fort Collins U+2 laws had made the competition for rentals even more intense, guaranteeing she would move on after graduation. Maybe if you cap it at 4, 5 people, I don't know. What's reasonable? It sounds like they need a little bit more of a lifting of that cap, but taking that cap all the way off, that should be exciting, right? That could be an exciting time.
Oh, Uber Eats has groceries now? I gotta...
So sweet. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow on Black News on YouTube and Facebook. We're boosting the agenda on YouTube and Facebook. It's a weapons experience enhanced on Facebook and on Twitter X. I'll thank you for tuning in to season 3. So 51, part 3. We'll see y'all tomorrow for Black Experience enhanced. So peace.